All right, everybody, welcome to another episode of the Break the Rules live stream. I'm your host, Lev Polyakov, and we are here today with Auron Macintyre Aydin Paladin. These two have not had a chance up until today to interact, but finally the moment has happened because Aydin, you are incredibly smart when it comes to human psychology, when it comes to all of
Allegedly.
these control. Yes, you are, all these control systems that we've been put under. And Auron, writer of The Total State, you have talked a lot about how these control systems have been implemented. And what better time to talk about control systems than with the Online Safety Act, courtesy of the people whose country you're living in right now, Aydin, Bongland, right?
I actually live in the Channel Islands, which is in the Channel, as it implies. So we're not hit by the legislation here, but I've seen it happening right next door, of course. So
okay, yeah. So you have a front row seat to the chaos that's occurring. And Auron, like I said, you've been writing a lot about this, so I want to go right into what exactly we're being faced with right now. And once again, everybody who's listening to this, make sure to smash the like button, smash the subscribe button, send those super chats out for all of us to go through. And let's start with Auron. You have a little bit less time that you're able to stick around right now, so I want to make sure that we get to everything you got to say here, my friend. Go for it. Let the people know what exactly you're seeing right now that's going on.
Well, with the introduction of popular sovereignty as kind of the universal justification for governance, we have a scenario where our rulers need to control public opinion, and it's really, really difficult to control public opinion if the public can say and see and hear whatever they want all the time. And so our managerial elite have put a lot of effort into controlling what we see and how we understand the world. That was a lot easier to do when there were very few media outlets. There were only a few papers. There were only a few radio stations. There were only a few television stations. Very easy to own or control or influence information at that time. And so, a lot of people were being pushed towards particular opinions. The different elections were consistently producing the outcomes that elites would like produced. But when the internet and these other disintermediated communication forms started to explode, this was a huge problem for our elites. It was okay at the beginning because while a lot of people thought of the internet as the Wild West, most people were just on AOL, right? Like there wasn't like an actual free range of information. But today there's so much coming through so many different channels that it's almost impossible to stop at all. And so this is why we've seen pretty much every government actually around the world who has this form of political formula work to secure control of information flows. And we've seen in the United States, people attempt to do this, in some ways successful. We all saw what happened with the Hunter Biden laptop story and the way that was locked down by intelligence services and corporations and media simultaneously, working in coordination to manipulate an election. But obviously, one of the things the United States has going for it is this history of enshrined free speech as a critical principle. And so even though they were able to coordinate this, they had to work very hard to do so. They had to violate a lot of cultural norms. And there's enough belief in this principle still in the United States to push back and I think create the backlash we saw with the Trump administration entering. If you remember John Kerry going to the World Economic Forum and complaining that the First Amendment is such a hindrance to their ability to govern because it keeps them from controlling this information. Well, the UK doesn't have that problem. They don't have a First Amendment. They don't have the same understanding of free speech. They don't have as a robust a tradition, even though it came from there. It is withered quite a bit. And so the UK has been able to implement exactly the strategy. It's really just everyone moving towards control of the media in the way that, say, a communist party in China does so. This is the solution that every liberal democracy is going to come to eventually to control their population, and England is just one of many that's on its way.
Now, are you seeing, and then I'm going to get to Aydin with the same question, are you seeing the right, the conservatives being nudged towards this as well through the use of Think of the Children when it comes to sexual material? Because a lot of things, let's say on your end of the internet pool, has been concerned with what happens when children are addicted to this stuff, how they end up turning out. And that, I think, has been used pretty successfully to get a lot of conservatives to not really worry that much about these ID verification systems, because they say, well, it's going to keep the kids out. So what are you seeing on the ground? And Aydin, I'm curious what you're seeing as well, and what your point of view is towards that question of, like, where exactly do we stop when it comes to, having a good balance of liberty as well as protecting those who may be vulnerable to all kinds of propaganda. So, Auron, you got the floor first.
Sure, this is the answer you probably won't like, but it is the case. One of the issues we have here, the reaction is, well, we just shouldn't have any government oversight. There should never be restrictions. There is no role for the state to play in this. And of course, that's not true. There are incredibly dangerous things out there, especially for children, that they're constantly exposed to. And this is one of those situations where, if I had my druthers, we would be redacting pornographers. This is not something that I'm inherently against. However, the key is always, are you governed by people who actually care about your society? Is their governance simply an excuse to steal liberty from you, or are they actually looking after the society? And we can try to rob these people of that power, but as we see, all of these liberal democracies manage to institute these rules anyway, right? Whether it's through this justification or not. So are you correct that ultimately this justification is useful because it plays on some of the sentiments that are rightly there in wanting to protect children? Yes, that's absolutely true. But they would just be using something else if it wasn't this. The ultimate point is that the leaders of the UK hate their people and want to destroy them and ethnically replace them. That is their entire reason for being at this point. That is their driving goal in governance. So because they're doing that, whatever justification they use, whatever they do is malicious. And so really your problem is not so much that there is or is not this justification for the wielding of government power. Your problem is that the people wielding government power are evil and want to destroy you and kill you. And this is just another way for them to do that.
I want to go to Aydin, but forgive me, I gotta say what's on my mind real quick, which is I think that somebody like Mao Zedong loved his people. But anyway, Aydin, you got the floor.
Yeah, I think that this is coming out of sort of, we're leaving the cycle or the era of woke, right? And so it is right now a good time to spring this sort of trap on Christians and people who have returned to a more traditional way of seeing the world, which has been in large part, reaction to the woke era and the woke nonsense. So you found these precipitous rises in people attending church and saying that they've embraced Christianity. And then what better time to unleash this incredibly draconian surveillance system that is just digital ID. The entire purpose is to survey and have record of everything that people do and look up and think and believe. And the way that it's being snuck in is with the tired old, think of the children narrative. And that is particularly appealing coming out of the time frame that we just were existing in peak woke, where it was, child drag queen shows and constant perversion that was in everyone's faces. So you have an already heightened level of psychological reactance against that kind of stuff. So then when you hear in response to that, oh, this is to protect the children against these types of horrible things that were being done to them and celebrated by the state and people in power as normal, child drag shows, etc. This preys on those same people and their intuitions towards it. You're telling me now this is to protect children from seeing pornography. So it's just part of the cycle of politics in that sense.
Would you agree with Auron that if our guys were in charge, this kind of ship would be able to be properly steered? Or do you think that the Christian order type of censorship would still produce the same tyranny that's being critiqued? Even if it's well-intentioned, even if these future, let's say, renegade elites actually do care about the people and love their people. Like I said, Mao, I'm sure he also loved his people. But how do you prevent the kind of total authoritarian state from taking charge and being misused, even with the best intentions?
Well, this is a uniparty bill in the UK in particular. It comes from the 2023 proposed legislation that was put up by the Tories. Labour took it up. So I don't think that, it depends on what you mean by our guys in power, because my guys in power in the United States also would not be the Republicans. I don't think I have a specific representative in that case. But no, I think that this same sentiment, of course, traditionally has belonged to the conservatives. It's just that right now you're seeing it improvised many times as left-leaning legislation, but not necessarily. many of the people who are backing laws that are nearly identical that are going to be voted on very soon in the US, that are being debated right now in Australia, are not necessarily entirely coming from the left. And because it's uniparty stuff, it's about gaining control, about having digital ID to make sure that every single thing that people interact with can be monitored and cataloged.
But is that uniparty something that you would see as being different from the ideal? And I don't want to speak for Auron. Like, Auron, you could tell me in short what your ideal would look like as far as the people who would be in charge. But I don't think it would be weird to say that some of the people, you know, who I would label our guys, some of the people are already in quasi positions of power thanks to being elevated by Donald Trump and his people. Like, they have more power now after the election than they did before. So are you seeing there being a kind of uniparty that Aydin is talking about in the United States, where those people have been absorbed into something that you don't really like right now? Or do you see there being the possibility of, you know, this bill creating, you know, something positive, something that you would like? Or if not, what exactly would be the ideal here?
So obviously the GOP is a disaster, and there are a lot of people in the GOP who are horrific. I think there are a few that are good, but in general, yeah, they're obviously terrible, and so they have many nefarious motives. I've been spending the last few weeks getting screamed at for disagreeing with the GOP on pretty much everything they've been doing. So, you know, I hope we can dispel any idea that I'm like, yeah, as long as the Republican Party's in charge, we'll all be just fine, right? However, I'll say this, and this is going to be the most difficult part of what we're going to talk about here, but I want to explain again that this is descriptive, not prescriptive, but it's just what's going to happen. What you're watching right now, like, so whatever the justification is, whatever in principle abstract thing we would like to happen here, what's really happening is that states are now scrambling for digital sovereignty. Because what you might have noticed is that the United States was really, really big on open communication and the ability of the free press when it controlled all the information that could get pipelined into all the countries that the CIA wanted to overthrow, right? Like, that was actually a huge thing. Oh, let's get Radio America over there so that they can blast whatever information we want and overthrow whatever dictator or democratically elected leader that we're calling a dictator. Like, you know, however that works, right? Like, this was a very big thing. There's a reason that the United States operated liberal democracies around the world like little puppets, because it was using the pretense of free speech to project its control into these areas. And of course, we're far from the only country that wants to do this, right? Every country wants to do this. And so what a lot of these countries started to realize is if you don't have control of the information going in and out of your country, you don't have control of your country. And so obviously in a much more basic way, people tried to do this like North Korea style, right? Like this kind of like just burn it all down, don't let them have any access to anything, you know, that hermit kingdom style setup. But what is happening now is a lot of the other countries are recognizing they also want this level of control. If they leave the digital door open to other nations, then other nations are going to come in, create color revolutions, destabilize their culture, their country, undermine their way of life, all of these things. Again, I'm not defending like any of this, but this is what is going to happen, because the internet is to be really clear, the internet is an existential threat to every government you like and hate simultaneously. It allows Russia to interfere with American elections in the same way it lets America interfere in Ukrainian elections, right? Like it's a two-way street, and you can't close it down unless you close it all the way down. And so the plan for every government at some level has got to be to shut down digital access to their population and their minds, because we are only getting better at socially engineering human beings. And all of these governments are spending all of their technology and all of their time increasing their capacity to do that, because they want to socially engineer their population, but they want to lock out all the other people that want to socially engineer their domestic population. And so, again, no matter what the motivation is going to be, for good or ill, every government is going to come to the conclusion that it needs to do what the UK is doing now, because not doing it means opening themselves up to foreign interference. And so that's going to be the standard going forward. They're all going to have different justifications, but that's how it's going to get done.
Before going back to Aydin, what do you make of TikTok? Because everything that you talked about right now, I think of TikTok as being the ultimate propaganda machine when it comes to warping a lot of young minds, you know,
Sure.
And it doesn't have to involve anything related to, you know, pornographic sexual things at all. It could just be a bunch of these dumbass Zoomers that are continuing on this propaganda that's been paid for by China and Qatar and whatever. So
Right.
The question here is, why is it that this government apparatus that could be used for something that I could see a potential good in, blocking Chinese propaganda, that seems to be the last thing on their minds? The most important thing is getting the IDs, getting people's IDs so that everybody is in the system. But blocking, Chinese propaganda, who cares? Maybe they're being paid off not to block these Chinese propaganda things. What do you think?
I mean, let's not forget that a large amount of Republicans were actually on board initially with blocking TikTok because of anti-Semitism, right? Which is also why we aren't allowed to have protests on college campuses. So free speech can get shut down with the right bipartisan justification, and right now it's anti-Semitism. And so, just as you pointed out, the protection of children in the UK is the justification for the enlargement of state control there. In the United States, it's anti-Semitism. But whatever the excuse needs to be, the process is the same. They need to lock down, they need to control, they need to have an additional ability to catalog every aspect of what their people are doing, and they need to shut down influence. Now, right now, it was more profitable for Trump to have that open than to have it closed. But don't worry, like at some point that'll come too, and they'll shut that down as well. There'll be another push for that. Ultimately, like I said, this is going to be everyone's not going to get there directly, and the United States again has more robust controls or more robust defenses against this because of its free speech commitments and its First Amendment than others. So it's going to bounce back and forth a few times, but this will be the gradient that every liberal democracy moves along with every other government at this point.
Aydin, do you agree?
It seems inevitable. And again, we're seeing it same. There's two bills in the US that are being debated right now. There's the Screen Act and the Kids Online it's Kids Online Safety Act. It starts with the word kids. And then of course, right now that's happening in Australia as well. So it does seem to be being rolled out internationally somewhat as a concerted effort. Maybe that will make the ripping off of the Band-Aid of having any ability to dictate what you can see and look at online hurt less. I also expect what they'll probably do is a little walk back. This is maybe a door in the face tactic. They'll walk back maybe 1-2% of this in its current implementation in the UK, and people will cheer. And they'll go, "We won! We did it, Reddit! We were shifting the Overton window, or we've managed to get the government to agree to lessen the restrictions," and that will work for a lot of people. The immediate polling about it that's come out today showed something like a 63% approval of it. Now, the question and the way that it was worded is interesting because it was really asking about the intent behind it. But there certainly are a lot of boomers for whom this will change nothing at all, and they won't even notice it, even though they're being spied on to an extraordinary degree, having to take video of their faces every time they do anything online, including like for Wikipedia and for search engines in Australia.
So the boomers definitely, and the Zoomers as well. I'm not having a lot of confidence in the millennials either when it comes to being able to fix any of this stuff. But if we were to assume that, let's say, Auron, you get people who are responsible elites, in your opinion, people who would value Christianity as a way to keep people in line, as a way to keep people following the law, and they would implement their kind of regulations. What kind of regulations, when it comes to online life, would you prefer to see, and it would be acceptable for you to exist, which is different from what we have right now?
It's a good question, and it's a hard balance to strike, right? Because we know that so much of this is toxic, and we know, but to what extent are you shutting down the ability of people to question the government or think around certain issues by limiting information? It's always a difficult question. I would prefer regulations that solve the problem at its core. Like I said, if pornographers don't exist, you don't have to limit pornography. So that would be my preferred solution to many of these problems: is cut them out at the root rather than try to fetter the access properly by creating this giant surveillance state. The truth is, like I said, ultimately, while I think that basic restrictions on access to pornography and other things are extremely healthy and necessary, I mean, we already know the damage is huge, but it's only going to get worse. Like, you're going to have generations of young men who have been exposed to incredibly hardcore pornography since they were like 7 years old. And that's going to have a incredibly devastating impact on your population. It won't feel immediately as bad as, hey, I can't say or see everything I want on the internet, or the government might be hiding these things, but there is a cost that you will pay. And the problem with this stuff is always that the cost is deferred. And so you don't run into it. You don't feel the direct effects on your society immediately. But like I said, the question is not so much what system would we like to engineer, because we're all heading towards the same system. We are all converging on the same point, whatever the justification may be. So I might, in principle, have an understanding of the just use of censorship in a particular situation. I would absolutely restrict pornographic access to children. That's an easy one. However, in practice, what is every aspect of this going to be used for? It will be used for the expansion of the power of the state to control and manipulate its citizens. That's as true for pornography as it will be for anti-Semitism or racism or whatever. If you're left or right, whatever you care about, the state is going to use this, and it's not going to be stopped. And so that's just something to keep in mind while we're discussing this. We can have preferences as to what leaders would be in charge and whether they would make judicious use of this power, but inevitably they're all being drawn to the same place.
Well, what you said right now, Aydin, I'm curious if you would agree with this approach when it comes to, let's say, the elimination of various forces in society that we find to be undesirable. If we're already talking about how this total state is an inevitability, then when it comes to who gets to pull the levers, or, you know, which Stalin-like figure gets to put the names on the sheets of all of these people who are undesirable, do we see that as being potentially a much more worse outcome? And what can be done, if anything can be done, to prevent those kind of things being done either through a left-wing lens when it comes to, you know, taking out the chuds, taking out the people who are problematic, like Auron over here, versus taking out, the pornographers of the world from the equation. So do you see this being an inevitability as far as this buildup of the state? Nothing could be done. And what Auron just said right now regarding the pornographers would be applied either to the pornographers if more people who are on Auron's side end up winning, versus being applied more to people who are, like Auron, or like people who are on the reactionary side of things, or on the conservative Christian side of things.
We've certainly seen that before. I mean, we lived under certain amounts of censorship. The COVID era is a perfect example of that. You still can't really talk about COVID. You know, the things that were put into place during COVID that were, in my opinion, fairly obviously left-wing oriented in terms of the preference there. Any kind of question of government narratives were shut down. Again, I just released a video, a 3.5-hour long documentary about a doctor who worked during the pandemic and some of the stuff he did. And I don't even know if they actually have to actively censor it anymore. People's brains don't want to hear about it. There was an article in the Atlantic that said, it was a neuroscience article called "We Will Forget Much of the Pandemic, and That's a Good Thing." And that's because people have also been conditioned that if something is that taboo and it causes that much psychological distress, they will actively shut it down themselves and cut it out of their way of thinking. And this was, Auron brought this up a little earlier about wanting to gain control of the narratives back. And as long as there's a free internet, you can never do that. If you look back at the McCombs and Shaw data, 1971, on agenda setting, which still holds true in terms of what the media talks about and what topics people think are important, the correlation there is 97 or 98%, near direct one-to-one correlation on what media talks about and what people think is important. But as long as the internet operates, then what is important is lost in the big deluge of all of the different stuff that happens constantly online. By being able to get total control over that, you now can set the agenda again. And depending on whoever's in charge, they can choose on how they want to set that agenda. We see that immediately in the UK, and how this was actively rolled out was not to do anything to actually stop children from looking at pornography, not in any functional way. They could get around it by taking videos of video game characters in order to get past the face scans. What was instead immediately blocked from people's views were things like videos of the civil unrest that's happening in the UK against these migrant hotels. You cannot, articles that just mention the name Keir Starmer are being censored. So it's clear how it works manifestly, which is that these things just will not exist to people. And once it goes on for long enough, the whole memory that there's other stuff out there that I'm not seeing will fade. Just because you're not given constant reminders of it, you can't go find it.
I think all three of us are in agreement then that this is a beast that's going to keep growing depending on what kind of food you feed this beast. Either it has to do with COVID and the suppression of criticisms of migrants. That's one kind of food. But the other kind of food would be the suppression of things that have to do with sexuality or anything having to do with, let's say, more liberal ideas. So if we have this battle, and we agree there is this battle, and Auron, you would definitely prefer this battle to be won by your side, but all three of us can acknowledge that this battle is going to have a lot of trade-offs regardless of who ends up winning. So would it be fair to say then, kind of piggybacking off the last statement about the pornographers here, that it is a risk that people who are invested in a certain kind of world that would control this beast in the way they see fit, because you're not gonna not have the beast, all right? You're gonna have the beast. The people who control this beast, would it be fair to say that you would be okay with yourself also being somebody who is likely to be, done away with, but maybe in a year? Maybe in a couple of years. Like that meme that the on 4chan they have with the commie who says that, well, in my communist utopia, I'm going to be the propaganda guy. I'm going to be like the poet, and then they're like digging ditches and they're like the next person who is put up against the wall. And I find like it's very common for people to imagine the best case scenario they see with the problems, but they don't, I think, imagine themselves being the one who's going to be against the wall later on. So my question to you guys is that if your version of the best case scenario riding this beast actually occurs, where let's say there would be more of like a right-wing dictatorship that would concentrate more on Christian nationalism, let's say, and you would be okay with risking whoever has the reins of power, they may go against you as well for, who knows why. Maybe they're jealous of your, mustache and beard. I don't know. So would you be okay then with yourself being possibly put up against the wall in a year or so after that?
Sorry, is that one to me? Or
that one's for you, Auron, and for Aydin as well. But I think you are more in line with this kind of vision.
So again, I want to make this clear. This is not a big part of this is not prescriptive. It's descriptive. Okay. So I think a core problem, a core assumption here is that abstract principle stops government power. That is delusional. Okay. There is no way in which abstract principle stops power. What stops power is opposing power. And so the only thing that ever stops a government from taking advantage of you is the fact that there are other social forces or other powers that exist inside your social system that wields an equal amount of weight and power and command over your life. The problem that we're facing, the reason that all of these governments are coming to the same conclusion at the same time, whether it's under communism or liberal democracy or whatever, the reason they're all coming to this conclusion at the same time is technology has created the number of information hazards to their sovereignty necessary for them to take these actions, and the technology also allows them to take these actions at scale. And at scale is the real phrase we want to look at here, okay? The reason we're seeing this China convergence is everyone now has to govern vast amounts of people, and they have to protect all of their digital borders simultaneously. That is so vast that need for the state to govern that much of physical and digital real estate is so vast that the only way to do it is through the type of totalitarian control that we are talking about. I don't like that. This is not a case for Leviathan. This is just, here is where we are and here's why it's happening, right? Gravity is going to pull us down no matter how much we yell at it. So even if we have really, really firm principles about how we disagree with gravity, we will still fall and crack our head if we trip, okay? So the same thing is happening with the state here. This is what's going to happen. And so would I prefer my priorities get enacted if the Leviathan is going to exist? Yes. And if that is the case, which I believe it is, will I then push for those things? Absolutely. But do I think it's great that the government is going to have this level of control? No. But if you have a way to stop this, please let me know, because I've spent a lot of time thinking about it. And the only thing I can think of is eventually the marginal utility inside of our society from complexity will lose that marginal utility, and the society will come apart in different ways, right? We'll start losing the ability to maintain the technology necessary to keep Leviathan at this level. But that is literally the only thing that's going to stop it, because we've eroded faith, we've eroded family, we've eroded community, we've eroded all the things that traditionally actually held government in check. The government will do to you whatever it can, whenever it can, with whatever justification it needs to. That is true of all governments all the time. And the only thing that has ever stopped them is the fact that you have a robust community that has a deep tradition of a specific sort that cannot be subverted by the institution of government itself. And if we do not have that, which we really don't for the most part, then they're going to do what they want to do. The only thing in the United States that is slowing that down is the fact that we do have a little bit of the First Amendment. That robust tradition is still
and
there.
The Second Amendment as well.
Yeah,
Let's not
that
forget
one
about
helped
the
as
second.
well, right?
Yes.
Though as we can see in COVID, when the tyranny comes, most people just don't bother.
Yeah.
But ultimately, the point is, it is only that social opposition due to the fact that we have that First Amendment that really had any impact. Everything else, all the abstract, like, oh, I wrote it down on a piece of paper, that's not the stuff that matters. What matters is you have that in your society, and they believe in it deeply, and they will fight for it. They will expect it. It's baked into their DNA. That's about the only thing that ever stops this. We don't, like I said, we eroded all the other barriers to managerial power. And so that is going to come. And so, yes, if it's going to come, if I have to make a selection, would I prefer people with my priorities and my values, at least at the head of this Leviathan? Absolutely.
You're so close, Auron. You are incredibly close to answering my question, but then you stop, which is, again, if your no, it's okay. If your priorities end up being the ones that win the day, and maybe you could say this isn't an intellectual exercise as much as an emotional one, but I still think it does rearrange priorities when people start thinking like this. If you were to get into the mindset of, okay, my side won, but you know what? That's probably going to come because we don't have these decentralized traditional communities anymore. That's going to create a structure of a total state, much like the one that you rally against, where you, Auron, the physical being known as Auron Macintyre online, may be liable, and God, I hope not, but may be liable to also be put up against a brick wall, much like the one that's behind you right now, by the people you consider to be, by the people you consider to be your friends and your allies. So being just able to ingest that kind of understanding, on a deeper emotional level, would that change the kind of decisions you end up making as far as how we deal with this Leviathan?
Again, no, because these aren't choices to make. This is the thing I'm trying to impart to you. You are assuming an option that does not exist unless you know something I don't know. And so if you do, please tell me. But as far as I understand, from everything I've read, everything I've reasoned through, everything I believe, we are heading this direction no matter what we do. And so would I be sad to be put up against a wall because the super-based Christian nationalist government decided that it was insufficiently based, and so I must? Yes, of course. Like that would be terrible. However, would I say, if only I had fought for the other guy to have control of Leviathan, then they could be shooting me because we haven't transed enough children? No. Like, actually, I would actually still prefer, if I must be shot, then I would prefer that I was shot because I listened to too much heavy metal and the Christian nationalists came for me, than if the woke shot me because we were transing too many kids. I'd prefer that none of that happened. But yeah, if I'm going to make the decision, I would choose the Christian nationalists shooting me over heavy metal every time. Okay,
Aydin, who would you choose to put you up against
the new fun internet game?
Right. Well, again, out of the two, I think at least that probably the far right would do it with more style. At least be
they would have
fashionable.
better uniforms.
Exactly.
Right?
History has shown us, allegedly. So,
by the way, guys, just to show you where exactly we may be headed, if we're talking about the Russian anti-internet laws, so from even before 2022, but around 22 to right now. In fact, just today there was a recent law that Jerry, Ukrainian lore master, wrote about. I'll tell you about that later. But basically, what we got right now is a ban on VPNs. So VPN use in advertising is banned. Fines and criminal charges for anybody promoting or using these VPNs to bypass censorship. criminalization of Google searches. As of July 2025, it is illegal to search for any of the 5,000 plus items labeled extremist content. This includes various memes, songs, religious texts. For some reason, by the way, the Russian government, it highlights Jehovah's Witness as a particular one. I don't know why. Names of dissidents and banned media, and all of this is punishable by jail time, even for private searches. And a repost of any kind of like meme or song that's banned that gets you on the extremist that's on the extremist list will lead to arrest and persecution. So yeah, like this is not a great situation in Russia, but I think it's important to take a look at that, based Russia, like some people consider, where exactly they are right now when it comes to the next step of implementing these kind of things. And Aydin, do you see something like this being done here? Because when I was talking with Jerry Mack, who I mentioned before, he said that these are different things when it comes to all of the think of the children stuff from the United States comes, and the woke stuff, by the way, both of them come from a Protestant mentality, like a Protestant Christian mentality, with the woke stuff being like a distortion of that, you could say, over time, but still maybe coming from the same, kind-hearted place, as well as the Protestantism when it comes to, being against a lot of this sexual imagery. So do you see there being a difference between that and what they're doing in Russia, where, they don't really care that much about morals? It's more about being able to control people and, disappear anybody who you find to be inconvenient, through this way.
I think the goals are identical. It's just about the framing. The goals are identical. In order, what Russia's done here is exactly what every other country proposing this kind of legislation wants to do, is to be able to make sure that they can see what the populace has access to in terms of information, and also to generate a dossier on every single citizen as to what they've looked at, what they have thought about, anything like this. They've even investigated, even if it was to disprove counter narratives or something, to make sure that they have that logged, so that when they do decide to go after that person, now they have evidence. You can point to post facto.
Mm-hmm. And Auron, is this something that you knew about before, as far as like how bad things are in Russia right now, or is this news?
I mean, the fact that there's censorship in Russia, yeah, no, I was aware.
Well, no, but the level.
They assassinate political opponents. Of course, they're censoring stuff.
No, yes, but like the level of the censorship there when it comes to now going after the VPNs. Because, like when we think of Russians, we think of people who, they pirate all the time, they got all the VPNs, they got all the ways around. But now it seems like a lot of these things are being clamped down on much heavier than even China, for that matter.
No, I mean, it like I said, I think we've established this pretty well at this point, but I think we've all kind of agreed this is where every government is going. Russia, UK, United States, China. This is the future of the state as we understand it. This is going to happen. Russia will have different, you may be happier or more angry about the way that Russia targets that. People in the United States might want it to target one thing. People in the UK might want it to target another. People in China. But at the end of the day, every government is moving towards this. So am I surprised that Russia, a state that already wasn't exactly in love with the idea of liberty in the first place, is moving towards this at the same rate or faster than many other governments? No, not at all. But, so the UK talks about how it has free speech. I mean, adorable, right? Like, at this point, who are we kidding? Like, yeah, Russia's bad. So is the UK government, and the US government is only slightly better, literally because we more or less had a mini revolution in the US with Trump. And even then, as we can see, that's not enough to hold back the tide. And so, I'm aware that this is where Russia is going, because I'm aware this is where every country is going.
I don't know if saying little is necessarily the most accurate thing. A little better, a little worse here. It seems like, at least for right now, a lot when it comes to, writing something criticizing the government or looking up influencers. Like if somebody looks up you, Auron Macintyre, then in Russia, they would be thrown into jail for looking you up. That's the level we're talking about here. That's a very different level.
So I don't want to be rude here, Lev, but at some point it's like, are we partisans lobbying for different governments, or are we actually investigating the phenomenon, right? Like, I understand that like Russia is bad. We're there. Like, you don't have to convince me. But what I'm telling you is, like, no matter if Russia's your hobby horse or not, all states are heading this way, right? Like you might particularly be angry the way that Russia's doing it, but other people are going to smuggle the controls in under the exact things you want them to smuggle them in the United States as well. This is going to happen to you too, right? So like, you're angry at Putin right now. Good for you. He's a bad guy. I'm with you. Yes, 100%. You don't have to lobby me on this. But trust me, you too will end up with exactly this problem. And you will probably cheer half the things done on the way there because you will support the things that they are banning with that stuff, right? It's going to happen. And so again, my point is not like, which country is everyone's heading this way, right? And it's not good. I'm not a fan of it at all. But if we're really interested in how to address this problem, if we really care, and we're not just like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic to wave the flag for whatever like particular government we care about, then we have to address the phenomenon itself. And the phenomenon is technological and one of political realities. It's not one of ideology. Whether it's Putin or Donald Trump or Keir Starmer, everyone's heading the same place. And the fact that everyone's heading the same place, no matter what their moral or, abstract principles happen to be, that should tell us something. That matters.
So, Aydin, you agree with Auron that everything is headed into the same place. Do you agree with the solution, for lack of a better word, being to align oneself with the side that you would trust to handle Leviathan, at least, the least bad?
In terms of who I would prefer, I guess, to shoot me over this when the time comes, I'm a monarchist. So, and I think that that's a better kind of Leviathan to have because you have a tie to a divinity there, usually a tie to something larger than democracy, which is at this point we've given up on. It's democracy in name only. This is managed democracy, right? Where you get to feel like you have some power, but you're not going to have access to information to the extent that you ever did. And now this is just, you'll see what you've been allowed to see and what you are allowed to be exposed to. And probably a lot of people will be far happier for it in the long run, not being exposed to things that are causing them distress, psychologically speaking.
Well, when it comes to the differentiation between now and Russia, where Auron, you're talking about how it doesn't really matter, everything's going in the same direction. I would argue that if you bring forth this horrible situation in Russia and how people are being censored to some of the people who may have their arms next to the levers of power, you may say, well, it doesn't matter at the end of the day, Leviathan is going to win no matter what. I would say that there were various things that were proposed in the past when it comes to like SOPA, PIPA, all kinds of different acts that people were able to go against. And you're saying that it's completely a waste of time to do that. From what that this has been the gist of our conversation. Give up. Everything is going into the same direction. And Aydin, you would be with Auron as well on that there is nothing you can do. It doesn't matter if you call the credit card companies nonstop like you've been doing, which leads me to the question of like, why do you call them then? Like, what's the point if everything is going down, down into this control state? Why waste your precious time calling up credit card companies talking about how they're censoring adult video games from being published?
What else can you do? I mostly called just to confirm that it was true that they were telling people that no, you have to email us. So that was more out of personal curiosity.
Wait, and just so we understand that situation, what exactly went on there with these credit card companies and the I got Mothra over there.
I know, geez, there's a huge moth. What happened with it is that essentially Visa and MasterCard have decided that they're not going to continue to allow transactions to happen on Steam and itch.io, which are sellers for video games, if they didn't meet certain criteria to get rid of these games. And the way that it's been framed is that these are hardcore, extremely graphic porn games. But if you go and read what is actually in their stipulations, it can be anything like video games that include firearms, which is kind of like most video games, so that there's an inherent absurdity there. What it really is, it means that if Visa and MasterCard, the payment processors, decide that they don't want a game to come out, it doesn't come out. And that's what and again, it's being snuck in through this exact same guise as the Online Safety Act, but this is just for this instance, protect the children. That's why that we need to be able to remove these games.
Yeah. Well,
they don't want they're not having a fun time with how many people are calling them right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and that could be, by the way, not to stoke up dissent over here between you two guys, but Aydin, I don't think you are as opposed to a lot of games that are more adult-centered, and you wouldn't really want there to be the kind of regime maybe that would censor any games that would breach adult topics that maybe some kids happen to hear about. Like, you're not for that kind of nanny state, personally speaking.
I don't think I have a choice in any of it, but one of the games that allegedly, and this is a bit complicated, but that was removed from itch.io. It's called Mouthwashing, which is a game that does feature one of the characters having been the victim of sexual assault as one of its themes. However, it is a tastefully done, artfully done horror game. And so there's a real problem there, is that if I get to dictate what I find distasteful versus what someone else finds distasteful versus what is morally reprehensible for society as a large, and I do think that there are certainly things that are unilaterally morally reprehensible, but your mileage may vary on that. And every person, even all Christians, might have different opinions on what is morally acceptable and unacceptable in these types of games. So in that sense, probably better, to have a higher authority just make the decision for people. Again, as a monarchist, I'm more in favor of that kind of thing.
So we have
brought on two authoritarians, Lev. I'm sorry.
But I do have one person who is on my side here, Jerry Mack. So he says over here, every state has judicial systems and are biased against political opposition, so troikas executing 700,000 people in a year is normal and is what would happen everywhere. Then he goes on to say, this just comes from an inability to appreciate your own institutions that protect your liberties and prevent totalitarian catastrophes to happen. And I 100% agree with him, because I'm not even seeing an attempt. So here's the thing, guys. Like, if I actually saw an attempt from non-woke leftist elements to want to secure a lot of these freedoms that we take for granted, then I'd be like, okay, guys, we gave it a good try. I would say, Aydin, you are actually doing the right thing by calling these various payment processors. And Auron, I don't even think you're needed to stoke up the fire of the Leviathan going in your guys' way. If it's going to happen through people becoming dissatisfied with the system as it is with these leftist elements, then, it's naturally going to happen. My recommendation is, why not actually take the time to at least attempt to fight off this control system with the institutions that we have and we take for granted?
Again, because you're assuming that the institutions are protecting you, which they are absolutely not. The institutions in the United States are not working to protect your freedoms. Are you insane? Have you been in the United States? Did you sit there through COVID? The institutions destroyed your freedom. Have you lost your mind? Of course, the institutions aren't protecting you. The only thing that stopped government institutions from rolling over people during COVID was other elements they were loyal to. Who were the most resistant people to COVID control?
The various right-wing groups, religious groups, people of that nature.
Right? That's the main one, right? It's people who had something outside the government, not a government institution. It is an institution in a sense, but it's a cultural institution, not one that's a lever of power, not one that's directly attached to the state. And that is the only thing that ever opposes the total state. That's the only thing that's going to put brakes on this train. So I want to be really clear, Lev, I am working against this because I believe that we need to build fraternal organizations and religious organizations and community organizations. And through building those and creating an understanding in those communities about the type of behavior we would allow and the type of values that we share, we create an alternative power structure that actually opposes the state. What you want is to wield abstract liberal institutions against the state, but that's adorable and it obviously has not worked. What we actually need to do is form alternative power structures inside that are not connected to the state itself. Those are the things that will actually protect your freedoms, because the only freedom that is ever protected comes from the belief, the shared belief in communities that there is something outside of the state cannot violate. And one of those things is your religion. Now, the religion restricts a lot of things you're going to do. A lot of the religious people who resisted COVID have a lot of opinions about restricting sexual content that you disagree with. but they're much better at resisting the state than your abstract principle of free speech. What actually stopped them from being compelled to violate their principles was their community. That's the key. So I don't care about abstract liberal institutions wielding power against the government. That doesn't work. It doesn't happen. What I care about is building organic community institutions, ones that create alternative structures. Those are the things that really oppose what you are so worried about.
Do you see there being a potential for those communities that you're talking about, which I do respect their resistance to a lot of this government tyranny? Do you still see the potential for those same communities to be used up, to be fooled and tricked by whoever comes to power that wants to use their nice sentiments about how they see the world in order to enact your more preferable total state? And the reason why I ask this is my way of going about this would be to work with the kind of communities you're talking about, but at the same time, not taking for granted the fact that right now, at least, we do have the ability to go into certain institutions of power and not have them completely, go the way of either of these two powerful leviathans, using the people that you may talk to every day. I don't think it's a very unreasonable statement. In fact, we had over here, once again, from my friend Jerry Mack, he says over here, have you been in the United States? Most people in the world would only wish they would be in the United States as they are now, and even more so in the imaginary versions of the United States, but even now. So that goes to say that so many people out there right now, guys, like all the things you're talking about, I'm not saying it's wrong. It may be headed that direction. But so many people really want to live here because they do value, at least as you may think, the illusion of what we got. I'm trying to figure out, is there any possible way we can work with the people you're working with to ensure that whatever system comes about, yeah, they may huddle around each other and protect each other and, have their arms at the ready if need be, but they're not going to be fooled. They're not going to be tricked into being, in line with whatever based leader happens to come in and uses technology in order to mass regulate everybody's lives. That's all. I don't think it's a big ask. I think that it is a very American thing to want to achieve. So I don't know, Warren, what your thoughts are on that.
I guess the ultimate question there is like, do I think that communities should coordinate to oppose the state? Is that, I don't quite understand the question at the end.
Coordinate to oppose the state in the end, let's say, once the state starts moving in a very totalitarian direction. But even before, in a way, being inoculated from falling into the trap of, well, we got to think of the children, that's why we got to pass this and that and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? Like those kind of mind games.
So again, I'm trying to shift your frame on this, Lev.
Okay.
I'm trying to turn. So you are stuck in a particular mode of thinking. The state is this top-down thing, and I will, using principles, like block it, and that's the way that it works. Like I have some abstract thing out here, and like I get everyone to agree in this like principle, and then the power of democracy and the people will like overcome the. No, that's not how government works at all. Okay, what actually resists the state is these alternative power structures. If you coordinate the alternative power structures, guess what you do? You remove their function as alternative power structures. If they're networked and aligned, they're no longer individual spheres of sovereignty. What you want to create is alternative spheres of sovereignty. And part of being an alternative sphere of sovereignty is the ability to individually make a mistake or be correct. So if they decide to make the mistake individually of following a leader who's ultimately bamboozling them and concentrating control, no, you can't simultaneously coordinate opposition from individual spheres of sovereignty, because then they've lost their sovereignty. So since we're making American references, right? We all have American values here, right? So what you want is John C. Calhoun. Okay, this is John C. Calhoun, twice vice president of the United States, multiple cabinet secretary. Calhoun explains the difference between the concurrent majority and the numerical majority. And for Calhoun, who is ultimately someone who believes in popular sovereignty, you need a concurrent majority, not a numerical majority, because numerical majorities will be manipulated very specifically. He predicts this in the 1850s. They'll be controlled by media. Media will become a tool of the ruling party to manipulate the minds of the masses, and that will be used ultimately as a sledgehammer and wield the institutions of the state to destroy these different communities. Instead, what you want is a concurrent majority, and the concurrent majority means that there are different sovereign spheres inside society, and they all need to simultaneously agree to a particular measure before it goes forward. And the reason you want concurrent majorities is it maintains the spheres of sovereignty inside society. So there isn't one consensus of popular will that drives decisions forward. Instead, it is the respect for individual sovereignty of spheres and communities that actually is required before you can move a state action forward. So what we want is a systemic solution, Lev. We don't want a principal solution. That's not going to help us here. What we want is a shift in the way that governments and government authority is understood. And the only way that happens is if we dismantle the leviathan by creating concurrent majorities, each of which has a sphere of sovereignty that allows it to resist the state. And you can't coordinate them, because if you do, you have now created a leviathan again. You've created another centralization of authority that overrides the will of the individual groups. If you
like
go in
like
and
what the
stop one
Nazis
group,
did, right? Like that would be an example where they had concurrent organizations. They had like, the Nazi fishing club, the Nazi bowling club, and whatever. They had twin organizations.
right?
So the
They just own all of them. Yes, technically you still have your organization, but at the end of the day, it's all Nazi propaganda. It's all flowing the same way, right?
Yeah.
So yes, that would be a good example of where every one of these what had been concurrent majorities was suddenly unified under one principle, one ideology, and therefore lost all of its power to resist the state and totalitarianism.
Well, I guess it goes back to the question of how much our technology is going to result in those much more organized things being the case versus the more down-home cooking country type of ideals that you're talking about, Auron. And I don't think we're disagreeing that much, because what I'm talking about is just making sure that those down-home country people you're referring to, that they're going to have, let's say, enough good propaganda, if that kind of thing exists in their minds when it comes to resisting some kind of a much, more tightly organized type of thing, convincing them to join them. That's all. I think we're all against that, which is why I am in favor of what you're talking about. But let's just add a little sprinkling of liberty and the hope for future, checks and balances to power into the mix. It's not that big of a deal. That's all I ask. I think that should be fine. And I know you got to get going right now, Auron, but any final thoughts on that?
No, just thanks for having me, and it was great to meet Aydin, and hopefully we can do a show at some point. I've been meeting to meet up.
Same,
but I
yeah.
appreciate it, and glad for once we could all come to a consensus at the end of Break the Rules.
Absolutely. And guys, make sure to follow Auron and read his wonderful book, The Total State. I don't know if you have it in front of you right now, somewhere over here on the desk.
Haha.
There we go.
I just keep books.
You're muted right now. I don't know why you're muted, because it doesn't show that you're muted.
Oh, I could hear.
I don't know what's going on, buddy. Aydin, can you say something?
Yeah, I
Aydin
can
and
hear.
I can hear each other.
Oh,
Right.
I think it's maybe my headphones. It's okay. I'm going to switch to different headphones over here. No
That's right. You were
problem-
playing me
no
out
problem
anyway.
with
I had
that.
to go. So
I think the people can hear you. I don't hear you, but that's fine. I'm going to switch to other headphones over here. Oh,
All right, well,
I know what the
I will
problem is.
say thanks for having me, Lev.
Hold on. There we go.
Oh.
I think I'm able to hear you now. Aydin?
Hello,
Check. Hello.
Oh, no. I don't know what's going on.
no.
Hold on one second, everybody. And by the way, make sure to go to patreon.com/breaktherules while I'm trying to figure out why these
we
dumb
can fix
headphones
his
are not
tech.
working all of a sudden,
You
because
pay
they were
for it.
Well, I
working
guess
just
I have to
fine
stick
earlier.
around so we can
And right now
let
they're
him
not.
fix that for a second.
And there we go. I think it's going to work right now. Let's see, one second. And of
needs
course, make
Patreon,
sure to
trust me.
smash that like button,
Make it much
smash
better.
that subscribe button.
Everyone,
I am not able to
give
hear
Lev
what
so he
anybody
can
else
fix
is
his
saying
audio.
right now. I'm not able to see anything because I'm in the settings page over here. So
Oh,
give me
no.
a second. Let me try to figure out. Still not working, right? No,
Hello?
it's still not working. Okay, one second. Okay, mic is...
All right. Well, I do have to.
Yeah.
I
I'll be
feel
around.
I don't know what's
I kinda-
going
I
on.
feel bad
I don't know what's
stranding
going
Lev
on.
there.
This is so weird.
I'll
It's
be here
never
for a while,
happened
so
before. I think they're
I'll
out
be
to get
okay.
me. I think the total state.
As long as Lev
I
has
think
an
the
adult,
total
that's
state
what's
is out to
important.
get me
There,
right now.
yeah, the
I don't know if
state's
you
out
guys
to
are
get
able
him.
to hear me right now coming through,
Yeah.
but if not,
We can
I
hear
may
you.
need to end the stream. What is going on?
Oh,
Hold
geez,
on, let
okay.
me
Well,
see
you guys
here.
have a great one.
Yeah. Cheers.
Oh,
Bye-bye.
there we go. I'm back. Now let me just make sure the sound is good. All right, I think Warren's gone away. Let's see. Yeah, this is so weird. I don't know, Aydin, if you're able to hear me right now. Let me just see here. Okay, you're giving a thumbs up. That's good. And now I'm going to make sure that I can hear you. And thank you so much for your patience. Speaker,
Check.
wireless stereo, Sport 2. See, this is the problem when you're using these Bluetooth headphones.
Uh,
Hold on. Can you hear me right now? Okay, but I'm not able to hear you right now, so let me see what's going on. Audio. Da-da-da. Mic. Oh, I think I know why. This is. Hold on. Still not working. Okay, I am just going to switch to this thing. Everybody, pardon me for a second. While I'm doing this, by the way, Aydin, can you tell all the good people what you're working on right now? And
yeah.
I'm going to see about figuring this thing out. So,
Sure. While he's working on that, I just, as I mentioned earlier, I put out this 3.5 hour long documentary on this doctor in France, Didier Raoult, who was one of the biggest proponents of chloroquine. I know that now thinking back about COVID stuff puts people off. I understand that, but it's an insane story of cronyism, incredible amounts of wasteful spending that was much of it donated by big pharma, and just this cabal of researchers at this university hospital in France that was pretty interesting and goes against, I guess, what people might have expected from me because he is a conservative in France. I don't think this guy had any real political opinions of his own of any real import. He's just an opportunist and a narcissist, in my opinion. But I'm working on another one in the same vein because I was reading through every single retracted COVID paper and trying to find things of interest, stories that were, I don't know, I thought that people in general might find entertaining, edutaining specifically. So the one I've just finished the script, I'm going to record it tomorrow, is a scholar out of Malta who published 17 papers that have been sort of retracted in the Journal of Early Human Development, which is a medical pediatrics journal, that were about Star Trek. And they were just kind of like Wikipedia style reviews of character or descriptions and summaries of characters from Star Trek that he thought for some reason belonged in a medical journal. I don't think he really believed that they belonged there. It was more that the laxed COVID standards for academic publishing meant that you could publish pretty much anything you wanted. And if you put COVID somewhere in the title, that paper was going to get published, which is what he did. So he managed to get 17 papers on Star Trek published this way, another 26 papers that were like how to use Excel to conduct basic statistical analysis. Those were also removed, but some of them that were the how to do science papers were also just papers about Star Trek. This guy has, or would include strange out of nowhere quotes from like Batman or Superman. He's kind of like a huge nerd. It was very hard for me to dislike this guy. He's a very interesting, fascinating figure. He's got a black belt in karate, and he likes to paint impressionist oil paintings of Malta. But the opportunism, I think, overtook him a little bit and made him want to seek out a higher CV score, essentially, in order and improve his H index, which is a measurement of how scholars are performing academically. Of how prestigious is your academic career? That's what a H index is. So it's an interesting story. It's a much more lighthearted one than talking about Didier Raoult, which you could argue that considering he used this medicine at that point, and not because it had been barred from research from the WHO, which it was chloroquine or hydroxychloroquine, but he also had very good evidence outside of the WHO mandates that medicine was not efficacious at treating COVID. Not because it's a bad or evil drug or something, or it's dangerous. It can be dangerous, but more because it just doesn't do anything for COVID. Hydroxychloroquine is the active mechanism in tonic water, Well, chloroquine is, hydroxychloroquine is the synthetic alternative. But I get that puts people off. There are, in one study that he conducted with chloroquine was 30,000 people. He didn't really have the proper ethical approval to do that. There is a man in France who studied medicines on, I think it was 350 people. And he went to jail for that, for not having proper ethical approval to do it. Didier Raoult did it on over 30,000 people. And he's not in prison. He retired happily, although he is now working with cosmetics companies to sell you chloroquine as snake oil. Fascinating, insane story. But yeah, I get that COVID and having to think about that entire period really upsets people. So not one of my, that and it's 3 hours long, not one of my more well-performing videos. But I thought this one on the Star Trek guy would be fun. His name is Dr. Victor Grech. Again, it's hard for me to dislike him because he's just fascinating, right? I'm a big Trekkie also, so I had to read the Star Trek papers. But yeah, that's hopefully Lev will be back soon because that's about all I have to say about it. Yeah, just hopefully that'll be out maybe in like 2 weeks. It's relatively short compared to the 3.5 hour long documentary that I just released. But I don't know, and I'm out of things to say. So, how can I continue to be entertaining? We could talk about some of the interesting things that I found had been censored under the new UK bill, I guess. I saw that a greenhouse was censored because it had a CO2 sign in it. I also found that a post just illustrating that their posts had been censored was censored on Twitter. I also saw a very funny thing today from an MP, one of the ones who has been very vocal about how this bill is about protecting children. And he was, Zia Youssef said something about how an article about Keir Starmer's name being censored on Twitter, which it is being in some cases in relation to some articles. And this was an article about how the name Keir has effectively died out in all usage for newborns since Sir Starmer took power. It was written just relatively recently, maybe like 6 months ago, but now you can't post it on Twitter. And this MP, Jonathan Brash, he got into an argument with Zia Youssef on Twitter about it, saying, it's not being censored. I was able to Google it. He thinks that Twitter, he did the Twitter and thought it was the Google. So that was pretty funny. But yeah, hello.
Aydin, I have no idea what's going on. I'm not able to hear you. I'm not able to hear anything, even though the audio here works and I have the right thing plugged in. I have it plugged in into the headphones, so everything should be working, but it's not. It's extremely weird, but I want to make sure that the people who paid the super chats over here get to have their day in court, so to speak. So I'm going to read them off, and we're going to be finishing soon if this thing is not working. And then I'm going to have to dig deep and find out why exactly it's not working. Anyway, we have King of Biltong, $30 over here. We got eat some Biltong whilst you watch the world go to hell. It won't stop what's coming, but you won't be hungry while spectating. Use code BTR for $10% less on your high-protein snacks. Come get some at biltongusa.com. I'm posting the link in the chat over here. And in fact, I got some Biltong right over here. I got some of these delicious cabanasi sticks, and this is what they look like. It's really good, and it looks a little bit weird, but trust me, this is really good stuff. You have no idea how full I am with salted meat. I'd eat like 10 more of these if I could. I'm sure I'd be sick. There's a lot of beef in my stomach. Anyway, guys, go to biltongusa.com, okay? Next over here, we have from Uwu, censorship due to imminent World War III and alien disclosure. I mean, that's like a whole other discussion, which I would love to have with Aydin if I could actually hear what she is saying, which I cannot.
Yeah, sorry.
Again, I tried everything. I really tried my best to figure this out. Yet for some reason, the sound just isn't coming through. Yeah, maybe I should turn this stupid thing off. This is where all the problems started, by the way, with these Bluetooth headphones. Anyway, over here we got Truddle, $2. The Juvenile remains undefeated. We're going to be talking about the Juvenile later on, and it's going to be anything but a juvenile discussion. Anyway, over here we got Aerokose. I like moths. And I'm sure, Aydin, that you like the moths, even though you were fighting with the moths before. You guys can figure out a way to become friends. So I want to try one more thing. Maybe it's not going to work. Maybe this whole thing is an exercise in futility. Oh, look over here. This is right. It says over here, Jerry says, Bluetooth headphones are the devil's trap. That's true because it's so seductive. Because if you put the Bluetooth on, oh, now I can walk around everywhere and I'm not tied down like a dog to this technology here. But yeah, it's really weird because if I put these headphones, I'm not even putting them through the Scarlett Focusrite thing that I have on the side over here. So theoretically, oh, my hair's all crazy. Theoretically, it should all work, but it's not. Like I'm going into headphones here. I want to make sure I'm doing the correct thing. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, like I'm hearing the sound. Oh, my hair is crazy. I'm hearing the sound coming through the headphones. That is right and proper and good. But now if I'm going into audio, default microphone, Rodecaster, that's correct. You hear my voice. Everything is good here. But then when I go into speaker, headphones, Realtek audio, it's exactly the same one. I'm doing a test and I'm hearing the test playing out, like I'm hearing it. So I should theoretically be able to hear it here as well. But I'm not. And that is the weirdest thing, isn't it? Like, I should be able to hear everything that's going on. The one thing I could think of doing is if I would just like go into some random media over here just to see if this is like a problem with my browser. So if I were to choose just like a random piece of media, I don't even know what. Yeah, this one over here. Yeah, so I'm hearing the random piece of media just like from Twitter. I'm hearing it in the same browser. Everything sounds good. So the only thing that I could think this could be is a problem with StreamYard. I don't know. This is the first time I've ever had this kind of problem. Unfortunately, to the response over here, are you hearing Aydin via Discord? No, I'm not using Discord. I'm using StreamYard. And StreamYard's like really convenient because you get like all of these separate clips that you can then generate from people's videos. But yeah, see, make Aydin say it's not gonna work, dude. I would hear what Aydin's saying before, and I'm not hearing. We'll try one more time. Maybe I'm just being fooled here. Try saying something.
Check 1 2.
No. Okay. I'm gonna do one final thing, which I've never done before. It's a little bit risky, but I'll try. Which is I am going to refresh this browser right now. Oh no, should I do it? Okay, I'm gonna do it. Let's see. Here we go.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm live or what's going on.
I hear you.
Hey, there we go. Look, it worked. Okay, hell yeah.
It worked. Okay, so this was, I would say, a leap of faith. Would that be the right way to categorize it?
Yeah.
Because I didn't know that if I were to stop, having this window active, if I were to refresh it, would the program suddenly stop? Would the stream stop? No, it hasn't. It's still going on. People are still able to watch this. So now I know for the future, this was a StreamYard side issue. It had nothing to do with my headphones. Like the Bluetooth headphones, they were probably fine. Like they were probably working exactly as they should. This was specifically some weird StreamYard bug. But now we all know for the future that if that happens, all you have to do is refresh your browser and, now everything's fine.
The only way I could get StreamYards to work and recognize my camera and microphone was by using Internet Explorer, whatever it's called now, Edge. It wouldn't work on Brave or on Chrome anymore for me.
Yeah. Ow the edge. You know that meme?
Yeah.
Ow the edge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ow the
So
edge.
before I came back here, what were you talking about?
Oh, the video I just put out not too long ago, or about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks, something like that. That I think didn't do too well because people don't want to think about COVID. But that was about this crazy story involving a doctor in France. And I'm working on another video about because I challenged myself to read every single retracted COVID paper. And there's over 500 of them. That shouldn't be
Wow.
surprising, but yeah, there's a lot. This one guy, I think in an attempt to take advantage of the lax COVID standards for publication, he published technically 17, but you could count it as high as 19 papers about Star Trek in a pediatrics journal.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's rather silly. I don't think he's necessarily a bad guy. I think he saw an opportunity to earn a lot of prestige, and he took advantage of it.
Many such cases.
Yes.
But as far as what we were talking about, I mean, COVID is probably one of the better examples of what
Yes.
happens with this government overreach. But I haven't seen that much other than, we had a lot of, very pro-Trump, very MAGA people here who I wouldn't say were in any way, ultra-authoritarian. They were just like average Americans who wanted to have, my liberty, my guns, my God, all of that traditional stuff. So I wouldn't necessarily see even a lot of American people as being, of the mindset of wanting to have this technological super state that's going to be on behalf of their values against everybody else. I don't think that they're there yet. But I think that in our conversation, the direction that we seem to have determined we're going into, regardless, is that eventually they too are going to have to, get rid of all of their Reaganite values of, listening to people who you may disagree with and all that stuff, because it's still there, right? Like it's still in the soil for some of the boomers. And then the generation after them will do totally away with any of these kind of values that, and then I think yourself also see as not really being that effective anymore in society.
I don't think it was ever effective. I don't think democracy has ever worked. The problem is that, yes, things like the internet have made that more apparent at an increasingly rapid pace. So that's why, for example, democracy now needs to be managed so heavily. COVID, in my opinion, was a trial run for absolutely everything that you're going to see rolled out in more longitudinal institutional forms. Because yes, the internet, but other things too, are way too easy to allow people to form dangerous ideas that are a threat to the state. Generally speaking, I don't think the state is threatened by people, and that includes people with guns. Because if they were threatened by people with guns, they would have done something about it. They are not afraid of, and I'm saying this as an Appalachian, of Cletus up in the hills with his shotgun, right? They're just not. And it's no threat to them whatsoever. As much as I know it is a thing that people want to believe is true, that the government is afraid of you. Let's look at all of the examples throughout pretty modern history. Waco, for example, Ruby Ridge, where guns didn't matter at all. Not maybe a little bit, but
no, fair enough. You're talking about, though, the government's relationship with the people. I'm talking about the people's relationship to what they see as being the institutions that we're in, meaning like the institutions themselves could be completely bereft of any kind of, how do I say it? They could be completely bereft of any kind of love towards the people or towards any of these liberal ideas. They could be completely in it for themselves. That's true. But as far as the perception that the Americans have, at least for now, like the boomers, whatever you want to call them, have towards our institutions, it's still, I think, a perception of, hoping for the best, not wanting there to be some top-down dictatorship. I don't think they want to have a top-down dictatorship, a lot of the boomers. So what exactly that is still some kind of a power. You could say it's magical. I don't know.
It is magical. And the boomers are dying.
We got our friend Jerry Mack now, who is in the comments section. This is actually the first time he's on BTR. Jerry, you were writing a lot, so I think it's about time that you got your voice out there. So when it comes to this conversation, you're seeing this magic, for lack of a better term, of the boomers, where they believe in these institutions on one side, and on the other side, you got, me talking with Auron and Aydin about this runaway train of this technological superstate, where a lot of these beliefs that aren't even being held by a lot of the people who are in charge of the institutions, they're going to be completely done away with. And is that something that you think is the case, or do you think that we've been heightening this a little bit too much?
No, I don't think. I think that every institution goes with normalization. You grow up in the institution and you expect more of that. And it's like conditioning, you know. You believe in this types of freedoms you have, and you expect of the society. It's like the boomers problems, the Gen X problems, the Zoomers problem, and so on. Every type of generations expect more freedoms, like on the conditions of the kinds of kinds of institutions they had. And it's the essential problem of the American society, you know, that they took that they have for granted and they expect more. And you know, it's like I don't know, geographical, or like just, you know, because the America is the center of the world, and like when you are American, you don't have no incentive to explore any other kinds of societies, any other kind of traditions, because, you know, they don't have any relevance to what you experience in your own life. Is that the Americans took what they have as granted and just measure every political activities that they have by what they have as the default. And that is toxic. That is really toxic, and we saw it in the Vietnam War generation, and we saw it like with every other generation. This is something that had been becoming detrimental for the American society. By the way, Aydin, I had been the fan of your work ever since your first videos. And,
oh, thank you. Oh, that's crazy. That's been forever now. It's like 8 years or something. Jeez, we're coming up on a decade of doing that.
8 years ago, I was working in the office, and I was seeing your the very first videos you have about like how American, say, APA works, and how the most common conditions in the I saw all of your hour and a half videos, and I've been huge fan of them, because I was like at the same time grasping on how social sciences works in general.
I think you're totally right too about the American mindset is totalizing, and I've faced it very personally. From I moved to the UK general area. It's fine again, Lev, it was fine to call it the UK. I'm not, or England. I'm not. My husband might be a little offended, but he speaks with an English accent. We use pounds here. You know what I mean? Like, that's how little the difference is. But you don't. When you grow up in America, these ideas are totalizing. You think that this must be how the rest of the world must work. And if it doesn't, then we have to spread our liberal democracy to them by force. And the second that you live outside of that, you realize how very silly so much of American culture is. And this idea that it should take over everywhere else, or that the American ideal is the only way that government should operate and is the best system of governance. And you find it baked into the way it's spoken about. Well, you know, democracy is the worst system of government except for all the other ones we've tried. Is it though? It's considered as a presupposition.
Oh,
Lev, you're muted.
Lev?
Let's take a look at Ukraine as an example of some recent things that have been occurring when it comes to the protests and then what happened afterwards. It seems like, at least to me as the American outsider looking into the situation, Ukraine faced with, you know, either like the Russian Eastern mentality versus the more liberal-minded mentality within not just the United States, but also something like Poland, for instance, you know, which went from being like this backwater, completely corrupt shithole country, you know, after communism, into being, you know, kind of, I don't know if crown jewel is the right word here, but, you know, it's doing pretty well, all things considered, in Europe right now. Ukraine seems to want to go into that same path. Would that be possibly like a counterexample to what you're talking about, Aydin, where there it actually is an example of these Western values being put into a country like Poland and now being put into a country like Ukraine in order for there to be something better to grow out of that, as opposed to it being incompatible?
No, I think you should probably look at how based Poland really is in terms of how it votes and in terms of how people, there are the major power structures that are in place in Poland. It's nowhere near as based as it thinks. I know, I should know. I made a video probably 7 years ago called like Based Poland or something like that. But then when you look at where that's followed through, despite the continual claims that Poland's so based, it's just as feminized and liberalized as many Western democracies have become, and that's because it is inevitable with democracy. It's democracy that's the problem.
Jerry.
I don't think democracy is a problem. Like in the, how should I put it? There was a recent week when in Ukraine there was a massive protest, like in the middle of war. Like there was massive protest by the youth about anti-corruption reforms, and it was framed by the government that the anti-corruption institutions are overseen by the West, by the Anglo-Saxons, by the democratic institutions of the EU, and it was framed by the government like that. But in the minds of people who participated in the protests, like it was not even a factor. It was just that we are against this massive step down on corruption. Like Ukraine is universally famous as a very corrupt country, and we deal with corruption issues. Like it's institutional issues. It's corroding every aspect of our lives. And we know, that in Russian, corruption is much more systematized, much more like ingrained into the very core of the government, and we have it like a side effect of the government, and we want it to corruption still exists on the West, and we want it to be like in the West, in Europe. In the best case scenario, like in Canada or US, it's not the issues that we can eliminate, but we want to reform the institutions in the ways that they work. Like we have models, we have benchmarks of institutions, just like we want it to work. And framing, Aydin spoke about democracy is universalizing. Democracy is the perceptions that the US citizens have of democracy is they think that as it works in our country, it must work everywhere else. And the problem is that most of the citizens of the majority of the world will agree with that. Yeah, we want it to have it like in the US, and this is the ideal that we are striving for. It's a good model. They have good constitution. The constitution is supported by the good judicial system, and the judicial system is the length of the distribution of powers that is flowed everywhere in the world except of the US. Every country in the world wants a good independent judicial system, and this is an ideal everyone strives for. And the attempts to frame, there are some other cultures that do not want, to influence the way governments rule over their lives. And, there is some other places, there is some other, civilizations where it is the ideas of the US is not just are not appealing, they are distasteful. It is mythology that authoritarian governments of those countries try to cultivate to.
So the Chinese, for instance, the Chinese government would say, well, our Chinese people, they don't need any of your American Western values. They're happy just the way they are. With this top-down structure that we have, which takes care of everybody, which is much more efficient. That's kind of what you're saying, right, Jerry? That That's the great
it's
illusion.
what we just discussed, like on Twitter, about Russian citizens, about like the women that are working for governmental jobs and are receiving governmental like mortgages, credits, and maternal leaves and like maternal payments. You know, they they genuinely perceive that everything that they have in their life, like they are completely depending on the government. And this is a way by which like the government communicates what it does, and like because of the background of Soviet Union, they perceive that, you know, everything they have in their lives, the stability, the financial like reliability they have because of the government, because of Putin. And I do believe that in China it is something akin to it. Like they have much more like populations that do not receive government benefits that much, but the only employers that they can rely on, like the massive peasant population in China, like in odds, like 15 years ago was like the time when I knew people who lived in China, you know, and who understood the economy. They do rely on government like to have any chance in life, and this is the way in which these societies are structured. They do perceive government as the like only chance they have to have any prosperity, any hope of prosperity. Not only, like,
but are they yearning for the American Western ideal at the same time? Because I do know, like, a lot of Russians, they hate America, they hate the West, but they've been taught to hate the West from a young age. So I'm not fully agreeing with everything that you're saying here in regards to at least Russian people. You know, like there are, I'm sure, some Russian people that also yearn for it, but a lot of them have this very antagonistic relationship towards the West. But I'm not seeing it as
That's
much.
mutual. It's certainly mutual in the way that Russia was portrayed by the U.S. for a very long time as well. So, yeah, just to be fair.
Well, mutual as far as people who are more online with MAGA, they would perceive what you're talking about as being, you know, not fair towards Russia as far as this antagonism. And yeah, I'm sure that there were people who were against Russia here in the West because of certain things they heard, much like the people who put on the Ukraine stickers, not knowing a thing about Ukraine, not knowing a thing about Russia, just because they were told. But Jerry, let me know what you think. Yeah.
The one thing that people often miss about Russia, you know, people know about Great Terror, you know, when Stalin purged like tons and tons of population. People do miss like what was ideological motivation. Why do people agree about that? This was because like people perceived, you know, that there was indeed infiltration of foreign spies, you know, like people who want to destroy Russia. Trotskyites, Polish people, like Koreans, all factions, you know, Russia, like Soviet Union as a whole, had been in this mode of sieged fortress for 120 years now. You know, there are always people who want to destroy Russia. There are always like, you must look out, you must watch out about like enemies within our society. And this is why, you know, on cultural level, Russians do like both Russian elites and Russian like I am Ukrainian. I do not have like this like I don't know, inherent hate of Russians. I do think, you know, when they are allowed to operate like, you know, on a free market of ideas, you know, they are allowed to travel across the world. They are allowed, you know, to have decent welfare. They do act as a normal people, but within the frameworks that the government had laid upon them. And Russia still, as it was in this in 80s of Soviet Union, as it was in 30s of Soviet Union, like 1930s, it is a country that is ruled by security services.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is institutions that like now, like Putin is a security service guy, his close circle is a security service guy, and they are like institutionalized to find like internal enemies.
Yeah, nothing
And
new there as far
No.
as the history of Russians. But if we go forward to what we were just talking about, as far as this runaway train of this total state leviathan, do you agree or disagree with the conclusion that we came to, which is that regardless of which side wins, you are going to have this total state. So you only have the choice of who you would trust maybe is not going to put you up against the wall in the first year. Those are the stakes.
who are the deciders? Who are
So
decides that are competing?
wait, who decides?
Who
Well,
are two sides who are
The size, yeah. Well, that would be the based right-wing chuds who would be more concentrated on having family values and having Christianity as the de facto ruling religion of the land. And again, like, I don't want to put words in the mouths of the people who are on the reactionary end, but I don't think it's wrong to say that they would prefer there to be like a Christian state where that would be the decider of how people behave themselves based on Christian values. So that's like the starting point for that side. The starting point for the other side would be, this World Economic Forum type of social credit system. You will have nothing, own nothing, and be happy, together with identity politics of, making sure to, I mean, it's so old now, it's got such a long beard, this whole thing about respecting people's pronouns and all that stuff. But, just
Well,
this
that's
very
over.
tightly.
doesn't
Yeah.
have let's Aydin say, and I
Yeah.
will follow.
Oh, I just think that stuff's over. The woke stuff, as I think has been demonstrated, we've hit peak woke, and we're rolling back on that. But you did ask this earlier as well, Lev, about trying to be like, what is the ideal system of government? And I think, as Auron was also pointing out, is you're coming back to sort of these same sort of liberal priors. When I think that honestly, when you break down into the psychology of it, most people do want to be told what to do. They want to be told how to think and how morality should work, because it's easier. It really is easier to be told this is moral and this is good and this is what the state stands for, and you are part of the state and therefore you're part of the force for good. I think the better way you get towards that kind of stuff in terms of making people happiest is by taking away all of their investment in the system that they think we have to, like, again, asking, why did I call Visa? I can't do anything about that. It's even inside my brain or anyone's brains that we have any capacity to do this. Is honestly just making people probably more insane. Like, it drives you nuts that you are powerless, but you are told you're not.
I kind of see what you're talking about there. The only retort I would have is when it comes to people who made this country what it is, built the houses, erected the lumber, all of that is really tough to do. It requires waking up in the morning. So to keep going with the thought that you have of, well, most people want to be told what to do. Sure, most people don't want to get up in the morning. Most people would rather take drugs all day and sleep and, gorge themselves with pom-poms. Most people would take that route. It's been the rise of civilization where we fought against our lower instincts in order to create something better. So, Jerry.
Yeah, from a position of member of a former Soviet Union, like from 1920s to 2020s, like every decade there were people who escaped from Soviet Union and expected like some traditional formally orderly paradise in Soviet Union. And in 1920s, like people moved into the US and found that people here are too into like various social projects. Like you read any economist, you go to any radio show, and there is like this push for centralized economy, where everyone is a captain of their own government. Like there is a big socialist push. In 1960s, people moved from Soviet Union, and they found that people are too lenient on like socialist experiments.
Yeah.
And in 1990s, people like moved from like the last Jews moved, like those who moved not into Israel but into New York, into Brighton Beach. They found that people are too lenient to former Russia. Like they are helping, they are founding like all their social experience that kind for Russia. They like with their social aids, they are feeding like the corruption that happened in Russia. Like the United States were always like too left leaning for its good. If you like, if you read the story of foundation of Jonestown, like first American colony, how did it happen? Like people it decided like we are all Protestants, we are all not evangelists, but Puritans. We will share all our foods, and then it took like one harsh winter for people to divide their lands and to establish the motto that who will not work shall not eat. And
just to be clear, you're talking about Jamestown, not Jonestown.
Yeah.
Jonestown.
I
that's
picked
a
it up
very
after a minute. Yeah, I picked
yes,
yeah.
yes, exactly.
Jonestown's the Kool-Aid drinkers,
It actually wasn't Kool-Aid. It was like like a pirated version of Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Nothing related to Kool-Aid, to Pepsi, to any other kinds of drinks.
Yeah.
And the entire history of the American project was left-leaning, and there were conservative forces to stop. And to imagine that today something like is out of balance, something like is too off. Like earlier today, you discussed like Visa and MasterCard banning like some like the reason why they do it, and I know it because I work with these companies a lot, is because they engage in strategic compliance. Like 17 states in the United States banned access to Pornhub, and then the EU followed the laws and tried to like establish ID access to various like Visa and MasterCard do not care for censorship. They care for the volume on transactions they do, and if they are under risk that platforms like Steam will be banned from all the underage children that will be accessing they lose like millions of clients, like tens of millions and hundreds of millions of transactions every month, because every child do like 10 to 15 transactions. It is a business decision that is both like by EU progressives and by US conservatives. Like these both forces drive this decision. Establishing like marking is at like some left-wing censorship or right-wing censorship is just inherently wrong. The entire US politics and most of EU politics is just like disagreements between various kinds of who would we call in 19th century a liberal. It's all liberal politics. We just establishing the margins of it.
But you don't see that going into the kind of total state that we were talking about, because the conclusion here was that, well, this is inevitably going to turn into what Russia is doing today to people who would criticize some kind of, some kind of government policy or look up the wrong influencer, and then they would be jailed. So, Aydin, you see that happening down the road in the West when it comes to somebody searching Aydin Paladin or searching Auron Macintyre, and then they'll get arrested. Jerry, you do not see that. Why don't you see that?
The manufactured consent stuff is already happening. You can see it in real time happening with this bill, in that people won't see it as a problem because they've manufactured the consent that no, this is a bill that the people want because it's to protect children from being exposed to hardcore extreme pornography. And then because of people's inherent their psychological leanings, things they have previously espoused, like being anti-pornography, they go, oh, well, this supports the thing that I already believe in. Your consent has been manufactured, and now, in fact, you will vehemently adhere to and try to protect that freedom that has been stripped from you, that liberty that's been stripped from you, because well, you must agree with it because of things you've previously said and done. If you don't do that, it creates cognitive dissonance, which is psychologically painful. So they go, yep, I agree with that. And it's what I've always wanted, actually. Thanks. And
So that's the soft power. That's the soft power approach. But then how would that turn into what I was talking about with the Russian situation? So that's the question. I know, Jerry, you disagree that it's going to turn into what Russia is right now. What are your reasons for disagreeing?
Like, I do agree with Aydin's theory being very appealing because yes, people do prefer to vote for fluffy things, for things that everybody enjoys, but with every action, the Russian government partaking on limiting the internet freedom, there were like vocal disagreements. There were like harsh vocal disagreements among people, who are influential members of society. Like in 2012, where when Russia tried to, not tried to, but they acted to monopolize their biggest social media, like there were tons and tons of supporters of like the freedom of the social media. They just didn't have like any pipeline, any way to make their public opinions influence government, like neither in public discussion because they were already censored on because of the laws that prevented them from voicing their disagreement on the web, and because all the media were nationalized, like all the traditional like TV and the newspapers and so on and so on. Like in both in EU and in US, there are vehicles to like voice your disagreement, and I know that oftentimes, like with the case of like ADF and Le Pen's party, there are this dismissal, like, because of they failed.
AFD?
AFD,
yeah.
AFD. It's like, because in Russian, in Ukrainian language, it's different.
Alternative for
Yeah.
Like, because like Russian media, like, purports like the failures of this party as the proofs that Russia, Western democracy didn't work, and it's something that Kremlin-driven media did for like 120 years. Socialist party didn't win. This is why the elections are rigged. Like, it's the parties that we care about don't win, and this is why. Do you know about the case of Sacco and Vanzetti in 1920s? Like, there were two anarchists, like a big case, like like Hemingway wrote about it, and like Reed wrote about it, and Frankfurter's former the future Supreme Court judge, the first Jewish Supreme Court judge, wrote about it. Like, this was a big case in, like, like OJ case in 90 and Rittenhouse in 2010s, like the big media case of the decade. In Soviet Union, there are like tons of streets named after like Sacco and Vanzetti Street. And there are towns, Sacco and Vanzetti town, like the case was about two Italian anarchists who like murdered the guy, and
Oh, that's the sorry, that's the song from Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain,
Yeah. Oh
or the
yeah.
beginning of
Yeah.
it. Here's to you. Yeah, that's about those guys.
Nicola and Bard, yeah,
Yeah.
rest forever here, Mar. Yeah. Okay,
It's a great song.
Now put it in Metal Gear references, and now I understand it. Yeah.
yeah, and this was the case. It was today. It is genuinely new that the communists they literally put the case on the desk of Frankfurter, just to incentivize his disagreement, to make it a public case, and it became the biggest case of the decade. And the communists use it, to as a proof that capitalist judicial system, that is a competitive system, unlike the objective communist system, there is an prosecution and advocation, they compete. It's absurdity. They just use this judicial theater to hunt the opposition, people who knew the better way, anarchists and communists and so on. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union by that time, it directly executed tens of thousands of anarchists and even more communists and even more socialists, And,
so it's almost like a mirror of what we were talking about now, right? Like when it comes to what Russia's doing with its censorship versus the very bad censorship that's going on here. But the question still remains, what Aydin and Auron were talking about, is that regardless of the kind of system that existed back then, now we have all this technology, all this social media censorship, whether we're converging at a certain point where, like back then, it was not as bad as things were going down in Soviet Russia, but now it doesn't matter if you happen to like a lot of these Western values. It's all still, because of the way that the technology works, going to be headed in exactly the same way that is being done in Russia today. That's the big question.
People will be happier with this stuff temporarily, in particular. By the time that they realize the parts that they're unhappy about, it's way too late. And they won't have any avenue through which to express it. And in many ways, the reality is that a lot of people will be happier to have their lives completely curated for them. They'll only see the nice, positive stuff that exists. They won't have to think about all this negative crap that they see on social media every day. Now it's all positive stuff, which I imagine is a large part of it. And if you read the OSA bill, one of the things that it says specifically is that something that could cause someone any type of emotional or it's a psychological distress. They say severe, but what does that mean? Severe or non-significant? Who defines that? Psychological distress is one thing that must be hidden from people. And a lot of my work over the years has been dedicated. My master's degree and my undergraduate degrees were mostly focusing on internet communication. That was my first passion. And the reality is that seeing negative stuff, it creates all kinds of negative psychological harms. I covered recently what overuse of the internet does to people. By the way, one of the things that it does is reduce their capacity to learn, and maybe the evidence is showing that probably reduces intellectual capacity to a certain degree, because someone else can think for you. You can have your thinking all done externally.
Yeah.
And I think people in the average man would probably be a lot happier not having to say anything negative, never having to think about politics, just being told the answer, so they can focus on wanting to grill or whatever, which I think also you see representative in the End of Woke and Sydney Sweeney's ad. I don't think it's a totalizing thing there, but people just want to see, I want to see a hot white woman wearing her hot jeans, and that's it. And I can tune out all of the negative political stuff because I can see this thing that makes me happy. It's just pleasant.
So given those things going on right now, Jerry, would you agree with Aydin that this is going to bring us into this total state? Or no? Where? Okay, let's see.
Western psychologists, they have two benchmark cases that established all the discussion on totalitarian laws, like Milgram experiment, and Stanford prison experiment.
Yep.
what differs what differed the Soviet culture from that is that they did not even try to establish how the totalitarian thinking works, and there were no discussion in Soviet Union.
They were guessing. Yeah. Now we've got the data.
Yes, of course, there was like two source cases, and now then there were psychologists, like researchers that argued with their cases, and there was like two bodies of works that they interlinked, but they follow from the
and Ash 1951 is the one that is the precursor to both of them. I always people forget the Ash conformity experiment, but it predates Milgram, it predates Zimbardo. That was that they found that if you showed people a series of lines and you said, well, the majority of people think that line C is the longest, even though it's demonstrably the shortest, that about half of people, and on some replications up to 75% of people, will say that what the majority of people said was the longest line, even though they could directly see it was not the longest line. This is, I said 1951, it might be 58. That's the Ash conformity experiment. So this has been observed for well over half a century at this point.
So why is Aydin wrong then? Like she's bringing all of this. Yeah.
The only Soviet contribution to the field was that I'm lost in the name now, but Hungarian psychologists that moved from Hungary and like established anti-psychology because of the practices of Soviet Union about latent schizophrenia and all the practical imaginary diagnosis that they established to shut down the people who oppose communist ideology. What I'm trying to say is that in Russia there were just no let's leave Russia aside. In the West, there is both scientific discussions, the institutional discussions, the institutional practices, the inertia, just the habits of people that prevent all the totalitarian Russias, all the incentives of people to break the rules from happening because people are
that's the name of the show.
To incentivize to not break the rules, to move forward with the predictable way of life in Russia. When there was a major media discussion in 2021, I believe, about Twitter files, about Zuckerberg or Dorsey sharing some information from Twitter, not even sharing information from Twitter, following the rules or guidelines established by Russia by US.
The spooks.
Three-word, three-letter council.
As Max Stirner called them, yes, they're everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And this was also a major topic, because it was in 2022, it was a major topic in Russian opposition. People moved from Russia because of war, and they were massively discussing, oh my God, people, the social media follow these guidelines, oh my God, back in their homeland, all the social media Russians use, and they happen to use because Russia has had amazing IT specialists. They developed the all analogs for Facebook, for
Kontakte. That's the Russian equivalent of Facebook.
Kontakte, Одноклассники, and so on and so on. All of the social media that most of Russians use are completely transparent to Russian secret agencies. A member of the secret agency can just give a request, and any personal data, any personal conversation will be
same case in China. With all the Chinese social media apps that are firewalled essentially from the rest of the internet. And I believe that's the case with most of the Russian ones as well, or is it not? They're essentially firewalled.
And the last remains of Russian freedom on social media remained with messengers, with Telegram, with WhatsApp, with Viber, and like right now they are banned in Russia and are replaced with Russia issued messenger. It is
But
called the Max.
I apologize for jumping on you once again, but I would still say that everything you're talking about right now, from the perspective of Aydin and Auron and other people who anticipate this bad thing happening here, everything you said is the case, but that in no way implies that in the West here we can't have the exact same thing slowly but surely start creeping in, getting people used to it, not all at once, starting with the IDs, and after the IDs come, like a very transparent spooks running the tech firms behind the scenes type of thing. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't that be the case?
Go ahead. Oh, okay. It's already happening, and I described it as door in the face earlier. That's a very basic persuasion tactic, and it's basic, but it's extremely effective. So you put in something extremely draconian. The way we usually describe these, there's two competing tactics: a foot in the door and door in the face. This is what car salesmen use. So that foot in the door is, I've already got you on the hook to buy this car. What if I put in some add-ons? You want to have like XM radio, put in, and you want to have like power steering and all this. You think you're going to buy a car for, I don't know, $25,000, a cheap car. By the time you end up walking out of the dealership, you're actually bought a car that costs $35,000-$40,000. And door in the face is the opposite. You walk in and they tell you, actually, this car, it's $50,000, but for you, because you've sat here and worked with me for a little bit, I'm going to cut you a deal and I'm going to sell it to you for $35,000 or whatever it is. The exact same deal that you were going to get either way, but it's how it's framed. And I think that the way this is going to be framed, and like I said, people will clap for it, is the UK will I've lived in the UK now, more or less, again, in my strange situation in the Channel Islands for about 6 years. And I am telling you, having lived here for long enough, and you are seeing this stuff in Europe first, where this is being cracked down. If France had this beforehand, Australia has had certain measures like this beforehand. The United States, there's 2 bills, like I said, that are up to be voted on for this exact same thing that are in the Senate right now. And I can tell you, even though I as an American, I know that Americans have an inherent extreme aversion to this stuff. So too do Brits to a certain amount. But once you sell it to them right, through the right kind of lens that works for that culture, people will embrace it. They might get angry at how far it goes, but in fact, then you look, democracy is working. We've voted together and we've decided that no, that was too draconian. They walk it back 1%. And all your data is still being stored by the government, and everything that you do is being spied on. But people will celebrate it. In fact, say it's a good thing. It's a great thing. We're keeping children safe, or whatever the hell it ends up being in America.
And you see that pattern going on with every step being 2 steps forward, 1 step back, until you've gone a total of 10 steps, meeting whatever situation Russia is in today. So I want to make sure everybody, that is how we're defining how this power creep happens. Jerry, are you still not convinced that things would continue? Okay, then give me something, damn it, because right now you're talking about, and look, I really appreciate you talking about this, but so far it has been, Russians are like this and we're like that. Yeah.
You know what I'm hating about speaking with Americans, especially Americans, about their freedom of speech, because they are very defensive about what would be like slippery slope, what would be the next thing about.
Yes.
And this is something that defines their freedom of speech. It's something that drives them. It is something that we talked about, Lev, about the recent, in the last months, 2 months, there had been major shutdowns of internet connection among Russian cities. The Russian government motivates it because there is a drone. Drones use internet, and we must shut down internet so that Ukrainian drones wouldn't use it. Ukrainians never had to shut down internet, even though we are attacked with drones thousands times more than Russians. But Russians do use it, and there was a major Russian columnist, Oleg Kashin, who pointed out, maybe there is something, some people in Putin's suit, who are do not like Putin, who wants overthrowing Putin, and they decided to shut down internet like abruptly, like painfully, like for a long time, like just for people to write, and people just don't write. And this is and this is the problem. People in Russia do not discuss like their major concerns with, like, every step that when government eats up their freedom of speech, and like the fact that they are ruled by security forces is guarantees it, like in many ways, like they have opposition, like formal, informal, and they do not talk about this. They do not have any forum, any like vehicle to talk about concerns with, like, when government eats up their freedom of speech. People in America, they talk about it constantly.
Yeah, but the Americans look at these systems as being jokes. They look at them as being like, who the fuck cares that you have these renegades that can talk
And
their
yet,
freedom of speech?
If we look about like American standard about freedom of speech throughout 20th century, it became more free and more free and more free with every precedent that Supreme Court rules about freedom of speech, and all of a sudden, like, Americans have more freedom of speech. Their culture, their institutions, their like political communities, they fight about their freedom of speech, and every time, like, their internet is almost unprecedentedly unregulated. Like the majority of regulations people have in Europe about internet, they just do not exist in the United States because the Supreme Court decided like 20 years ago, we do not understand this category yet. We will provide it with the most amount of freedom we have, and we will regulate it only like point on point, and we will the most regulations we will distribute about like to the this not state level courts, but like this intermediary, like district.
So you would be counting then on those local courts as well as maybe the Supreme Court in the future to be the guardrails.
It's like area courts. How does this, like, Supreme Court just refuses to regulate internet.
Okay, that's good. Yeah,
and
but
every time when the freedom of speech, like major decision comes to the Supreme Court for last 70 years, it rules like for more freedom of speech of American citizens. It's
well, for now, I mean, the concern is that, like, the reason why the paranoia is very high is because I think Americans anticipate that however good of a ride they've had so far in comparison to other countries, it can go away like that because of what they saw in COVID. And this is what I was talking with Aydin in the beginning of the episode, that when you have these things that Americans have experienced where their freedom was taken away, they're thinking, you know what, guys, we're not going to be satisfied by just saying, well, these institutions are going to preserve these freedoms. What they're seeing is they're seeing a lot of these brain dead Zoomers that are already used to following the rules. Most of them don't even know how to use torrents. And you got these kids who are then going to sign away all of their freedom in the near future. So they're anticipating this stuff. Yeah.
May I add the question? I am wondering how Aydin thinks of like this COVID measures. It's just a matter of chance that a year, 2 years before COVID, I wrote like a master's degree thesis for my wife, who happened to finish the philosophy like department with me, and it was about Michel Foucault. It was about like the governance of control in the state of emergency, and and I wrote, and I just read a book about superviruses. Like that was some popular book, what if we pick up some superviruses from Earth, and and like my natural reaction, like when wrote in this dissertation, was that the governments always lean to the most secure options. Like they will prefer saving as many lives as possible to like any economic prosperity, they will always lean towards that. They will establish as much control over people as
Yes.
possible because they just are too afraid to lose people's life, because it's like the most insane, the most intense catastrophe for them. And everything that happened during COVID, I just read through this lens. Like, people just do not want to be responsible for losing people's lives.
I think it's more that mass death is very hard to control people's emotions over, because then it runs rampant. So they want to minimize deaths more because it helps maintain the illusion of control, that the government knows what it's doing and we've got things sorted out, and we're together strong, whatever. So yeah, maximizing deaths or allowing people to see it, because let's be clear that there is what many Americans and people around the world will consider to have been a genocide that's occurred in the United States, which is abortion. So under a certain framework, you could look at that and say, look at how many millions of Americans have been killed by this, but that's not the way it's framed. So how you want to frame a genocide, how you want to frame mass death, that's what tends to matter more than anything else. Because again, to some people, that's a genocide. And I think that if you talk particularly about the Black community and Margaret Sanger, you could make an extremely good case that what happened to the Black community in the United States was a genocide via abortion.
Do you know Michael Malice's opinion on Margaret Sanger?
Oh, I don't know his opinion on Margaret Sanger, but I could probably guess, being a libertarian.
He's a big defender of her.
Really?
And he just says that most of the vile quotes that attributed to her are misattributed, because she never wanted anything to happen with Black community. She was just a good Protestant of her time.
It's very likely that that is the reality, and Malice, I would trust to have looked into that more than I have. But the reality is that it doesn't matter if it was her individually or not. It's how it's portrayed by history and who becomes the exemplar, who becomes emblematic of that stuff. So even if it's against her will, you say,
sure,
oh, well, look what happened in the long run. My point, though, in bringing it all up is that even mass killing, if you spin it right, then you can get people behind it. And that's again, going back to what all of this banning is about, and what Auron mentioned, which is that gaining control back over the narratives. And that's agenda setting theory again, McCombs and Shaw. If you can set the agenda as to what people think about, that will also dictate what they think is important. And if everything that they see is sunshine and rainbows and puppies and kittens, then what do they think is important? There's another important theory that is related to this. It's a via cultivation theory. It's called the mean world hypothesis. One of the things that we found over the course of the last 100 or so years is that people who watch a whole lot of news, particularly local news, by the way, not global news, local news, think the world is a more dangerous place than it is in reality. They think that they're more likely to be robbed or raped or whatever, because they are constantly exposed to this local news, and it makes it prescient to them. If you don't want your constituency, if you don't want your country to feel that way, why is it not just easier to make sure that they don't see that news? Unless it's useful, and then turn up the dial on that. Then when you want them to see that, you want them to get upset, you want them to have mortality salience. You can control it.
Everything
how
you
they feel.
Talking, I interpret it through my lens. The mean world hypothesis is one of the biggest justification for Putin's rule. Because everyone in the 90s. Because in the 80s there was still media control over what is translated in central channels, and all of a sudden in the 90s we saw big increase in crime rates. Everybody remembers the 90s in Russia and in Ukraine as this crime-ridden, this hellhole,
Same thing happened in the US, actually.
Established by international organizations that break up the Soviet Union. And even though in the 2000s, in the Putin's rule, and even by now, the crime rate remains steady, and the outrageous instances of crime still occur every year.
Especially with the Chechens and
people still remember 90s as the most crime-ridden year, because it was most free. The media was most free in covering crimes at the time.
There we go.
And,
but then what's the difference between what Aydin perceives as possibly happening in the United States when it comes to the media manipulating people's opinions over time, to only accept all of this nice stuff while in the background they're taking more and more of our freedoms away. Like, why would that not be a realistic scenario? Like, I keep bringing this question back on because what you're saying is important, but it also talks about how, well, the Soviet Union had a lot of these bad things occur within it, and Russia's really bad right now, but America and the West, they're not as bad yet. But
Well,
that's the important thing.
Frustration of speaking with Americans, because like half of the nation are always persuaded that something goes into like the most dangerous possible scenario. If you listen to Russian media right now, there is nothing going into direction.
That's the big difference, and that's an important difference, right? And like the Americans, I think, for all the flack that they're given, they are so paranoid about this kind of shit happening, and it becomes addictive in a way, and people subscribe to other people who talk about how horrible things are going to be. And, it just becomes this. I'm not even saying that it's bad. I think it's kind of good that people are on their guard.
You need to say to them, like, yes, be paranoid, but just like somehow don't be too paranoid, because being paranoid is what keeps your freedom safe, and being too paranoid.
Well, that was the point that I was making there with the putting up against the wall thing, because the ultimate level of that paranoia is to say, if our institutions don't work, then the only way out is to take the Leviathan over. And maybe I will be, put up against the wall in a couple of years, but it'll be well worth it because these institutions don't work anyway. So that would be the other side of the paranoia when it gets so paranoid. But again, the problem is that when I was talking with you guys, what can I say as far as any kind of justification for our current institutions if these institutions don't work anyway? And that is the question, to you, Jerry. Do you see our institutions as being so morally bankrupt when, we have like Curtis Yarvin talking about the cathedral? I'm sure everybody here knows about the cathedral, the combination of academia, media, and government working together in order to, again, ensure this kind of soft power compliance. So if that's the case with our institutions, then who the hell cares if we still have like lawyers and still have some modicum of all these, so-called civil rights, that eventually that's going to be done away with the subsequent generations, and there's no possible way we can do anything to reform these institutions. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, Aydin, but that seems to be the sentiment, right? That these are worthless institutions, we can't do anything with them. Either we have, going away from the institutions entirely to make our own institutions in a localized manner, which may not work because people aren't even that religious, even if we see some...
It doesn't have to be religious. Something that I didn't get a chance to mention when Auron was is that is a thing in the UK right now, which is an important thing, actually. Mm-hmm. The one that I know about, the one group, which is the basket weavers. And what do? They go to the pub. It doesn't, and that's important. Now, they had a Hope Not Hate hit piece written on them. These Hope Not Hate lunatics went to people's houses and tried to figure out, who's doing what. They dug through their trash, by the way, to try and make their connections. Hope Not Hate is funded also by the UK government, just to be clear. Labeled them all as Nazis. But what is the basket weavers? They meet up at the pub. They're totally decentralized. It's just people who say, hey, I want to hang out and meet people in my local area who may or may not be politically aligned with me, in terms of probably more conservative. But it's not explicitly any of that. And that's important, because if you're explicitly any of that, and if you show any kind of organization, you're going to get shut down. So what did the basket weavers do? They go for drinks at the pub. That's it. And that's the kind of organizations that people do need to be forming. One problem with the internet is that it does decentralize people. That can be a boon and a bane. Knowing people in real life that you can go to and forming these connections, these are things that the internet has stymied significantly, I'd say. While it's great that we can have this conversation with people from all over the world right now, without forming these in-person bonds, it makes people actually extremely weak and vulnerable to attack, because their friends are disseminated globally.
So then if we do have these more localized solutions to the problem that you and Auron were talking about, that's great. But are we still anticipating, and again, I'm not talking about the UK, because let's face it, Aydin, the UK, it's, it's pining for the fjords as far as I'm concerned right now. You know what I mean? Like, it's not...
However... you should pay attention because the stuff that happens in Europe is always just upstream from the stuff that happens in the US. I mean, the very idea of liberal democracy happened upstream in Europe as it would come to happen in the US. So be very, very aware and
Absolutely
take
not. Because liberal
good attention
democracy
on that.
started in the US with the formation of the US, and then it spread to the Europe. Before the democracy in the US, there were no democracies.
Well, the French Revolution was the precedent, and before that, even you can look to
When did the French Revolution happen?
1790. Hold on.
The precursors for the ideas of liberalism. If you go and read the founders' works, they directly cite the sort of unrest in France. And then if you go back to the and read the Magna Carta,
the founders, the Federalists, the Federalist Papers.
The Federalist Papers, yes.
Do you refer to them? They referred to the French Revolution because they were wrote in 1790s.
Yeah, this was after 1776.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the date, but no, I'm not.
To Cicero, to Aristotle, to the entire corpus of the Western.
It wasn't entirely Aristotle and the Greeks that they were studying. They were looking to French thinkers and they were looking to thinkers on continental Europe and from England as well.
I mentioned Montaigne. I mentioned, and I didn't mention
John Locke.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the thought is there from Europe. Yeah, that's imported, that it's made into fruition in the United States, and then the actual fruition, the revolution goes back to Europe in that sense. But the thought had already existed there. And France usually tends to be the leader in this type of stuff, but England as well. So when you start to see this kind of stuff also happen in France and in England, as it is happening right now, you should take note of it because it means that it can disseminate to the United States. And like I said, be very aware there are 2 bills right now that are being voted for on this. The Safety Act, I think, or was that it? Safety? I just mentioned it earlier. Now I've forgotten the name. And then the other one,
the Online Safety Act, the name of the stream. That's how I remember it.
Well,
I just
Online
put
Safety
it
Act is the UK one. No,
UK.
Screen is the one. Screen is one of them in the US. Excuse me. Screen is one of them, and the other one is the Kids Online Safety Act or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Be aware these are both being voted on either later this year or next year. And I can tell you right now that unless something changes drastically, they very likely may pass. Now, the US has a much more robust democratic system than the UK has. No one in the UK voted for this shit in any way. And by the way, they won't vote for it when it goes through, I don't know. I think one's going through the Senate. I guess they both are. I don't know where they're up for vote at this point, but it's up for vote in the next couple of months. It's being debated right now, today in Australia, for them to put in actually more draconian stuff that will make it so that you need an ID in order to do a Google search. Just to be clear, Australia tends to also be a little bit further down the line of shit that will end up happening in the US, excuse me, but it's going to end up, it will come to the US.
EU left, Great Britain left EU. Now it can move with Australia on the same types of.
Yeah, I live in the Channel Islands. This is a tax haven. This is about as libertarian as it gets in terms of official government. So we're not affected, even though we are crown dependency or protectorate, we're not affected by the rules of Ofcom. So again, puts me in a very interesting perspective to see a place that is run by the United Kingdom, essentially, in terms of overarching power. It is an independent state, but it's essentially run and operated by the United Kingdom. We use, again, pounds. Everyone here speaks English. We're 5 kilometers away from England. Well, we're closer to France, but still. Just my word to Americans on this is be very careful about it because it is headed to an America near you now.
So if it is headed to,
I would actually support Aydin on that because, from the other perspective, I do believe that the unity between the UK and the Australia here is not in some sort of structure of power, but in sensibilities. And these are the same sensibilities by which, these 17 states blocked the access to Pornhub. There are these sensibilities in the Anglospheric culture, and they are powerful. And we knew how powerful they were 20 years ago, and they are powerful now once again. And these are every this moral panic and every moral crusade, be it the war crusade or crusade to protect children or the crusade to, this is something that like the activist community do, and the Anglo-Saxon sphere always had, like, from Mark Twain like novels, there are always like a group of activists in the Protestant communities that just do agitate for stuff. Like, this is the way by which the sober laws were accepted in the United States. This is the way by which even like 100 years before the sober laws, socialist farms were established in the United States, like 150 years before any communist revolution in Europe. This is how this cultural sphere works, and it will work this way. And there is something, like, I would argue, beneficial about it. Like, we are all annoyed about moralists, but like the arguments between different kinds of moralists and the fact that they have.
I do think actually moralism is important. I think one of the reasons why many of these Western nations are having a problem is because we have abandoned God, and it doesn't really matter how you feel about it. It's just the reality is that when you get rid of God, you have to replace him with something. And the way that most Western nations have chosen to replace that with is worship of the state, in greater or lesser degrees. But when you don't have, it's what Auron was talking about again, when you don't have these moral frameworks, then you go looking to the government for moral frameworks. You go looking at other people for moral frameworks rather than a higher power. Whatever you deign him to be, Harry Thunderer or Cosmic Muffin, it doesn't really matter. Without this moral framework, people will look to the state to give them answers. They always look for hierarchical stuff.
And then again,
this is why many people outside of the United States like just look for political discussion within the United States, because this like active communication, like should government support women, or should the 2016 conversation give some quotas overall, or should like every person like be
a furry
person? Yes, but like it's a much more fascinating conversation than like people have in Russia. Like in Russia, the problem is not that government doesn't do something.
And I'm with you. I'm with you in terms of how I feel inside, but I feel like it's my duty to push back against you, Jerry, because what you're saying right now, that may be true. That on one hand, you have these Russians who have settled for this oppressive system, and they see no reason to fight back unless you're just like some crazy person. Or if you have the Americans who are constantly fighting amongst each other for what does it mean to live in a free society, and this is like overtaking our freedom, so we have to fight against this. Sure, I see that. But it's like the is-ought fallacy. Like, I'm not going to say that just because the Americans have a healthier system of arguing between each other about freedom of speech, that's going to ensure the freedom of speech remains. Do you see what I mean? Like, that freedom of speech could go away as well for what Auron and Aydin were talking about. And I'm trying to figure out why it wouldn't. I know I'm being very conspiratorial right now, but...
No, I don't think so. I think it's going to go away. It's going to go away and will be met with riotous applause.
It may or it may not, but in the United States, the discussion is because like British do some ID laws, maybe it will someday transfer to the United. In Russian, the discussion is like the government is incentivized to criminalize me, because if they do criminal charges, they can put me into they can force me into contracts to military and send me to Donbass. Like, these are completely different levels of discussion. Of course, we have no chances from this first discussion not to escalating some crazy slippery slope. I remember 15 years ago there were discussions on slippery slopes on abortion, how abortion will be normalized, and then it will be what will be happening culturally with abortion, and for 15 years, as there was this discussion. Hello, Glass Cake, and
hey,
then
Glass Cake.
all of a sudden, Roe versus Wade were cancelled, and we are and this is the result of this 15 years of discussion. And you do not appreciate the levels to which, like, institutionally, because of discussions, your society can, like, fractionalize and develop into parties and have political issues and political influence. This is just, like, the most valuable asset of Western government.
So just to condense, Glasscake, welcome. Just to condense what we were talking about here. I don't know if Aydin, you know Glasscake, amazing animator.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Like a Newgrounds.
We've never spoken before.
Not yet, but now you will.
Yeah.
He's like a Newgrounds OG.
Oh shit! I don't know how I don't know you then. I mean, I loved Newgrounds back in the day, the OG Newgrounds, like Stamper and Oni.
But I wasn't really big on Newgrounds.
I probably did see your stuff when I probably have seen it at one point because I used to love Newgrounds.
But anyways, just to put you up to speed, I don't want to be too long here, but I just wanted to get Glasscake's opinion on this. So we were talking about how America and the West in general are going into a bad direction because of all of these ID check laws that are being implemented right now. But we were comparing those to what was going on and what is going on in Russia, where VPNs are illegal, where you could be thrown into prison now because of something that you search for. If you search for some kind of a dissident figure or some kind of memes that are problematic, just search for them, not even sharing them, just searching for them will land you in the pokey. And Jerry's opinion is that because the West, and in particular America, has this healthy tradition of, number one, being very paranoid, and number two, fighting amongst itself when it comes to defining, what does it mean to live in a free society, having all these debates. These are things that he believes Americans take for granted, and these are things that will ensure that you're not going to have the same draconian total control system that he sees being the case in Russia. And I would say to a lesser extent, but still in England, in Bongland, as you're experiencing right now. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on this?
Wow, that's pretty all-encompassing.
It is.
I'm trying to. What specifically do you want me to comment on? Because I have a lot of thoughts right now.
Yes. Well, is Jerry right in the fact that maybe Americans are playing up too much this idea of the total control state is inevitable and there's nothing we can do and all of our institutions are bullshit?
I think Americans, honestly, I think that your government could do with having a little more control and doing a better job of it. Because I think your country's falling apart. I think you guys have plenty of freedom and you don't realize how much freedom you have.
Yeah.
The UK, however, our government seems to hate speech more than action because, there's two domains of action as a human being. There's the things you say and there's the things you do. Well, there's also the things you think. You don't have to say them, but you can think them. But yeah, well, yeah, until they can read your thoughts. But the British government, they seem to react more violently to opinion than, say, knife crime. Which it doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Oh, it does. They want to hide that so you don't know about the knife crime. They want to hide it so that you don't know what happened in Rotherham, so you don't know what's happening in Southport.
That's all well and good, but if you've had knives pulled on you like I have, it doesn't really, like, what am I supposed to say? Like, I
nothing.
Just don't say anything.
That's the goal, right? So you can't say a single damn thing, and then all people can live in blissful ignorance of what's happening around them.
Also, I would like to point out that as draconian as the UK is with where it's heading with the internet has fried many people's brains. For starters, people that don't know how to use it correctly. There are people that use large language models as if they're sentient. They're so dumb that they think it's sentient and they talk with it like it's a human being.
They think they're in love with them. I just watched a video today about there's a Reddit called like AI boyfriend or girlfriend, and it's just people talking about their relationships with their LLM.
And one guy kind of completely destroyed, and almost I think to the point of wanting to snuff it after his AI bot girlfriend rejected him.
Yeah, but the irony I wanted to point out here is that So, in regards to censorship, what's your major concern? Just that people won't have access to information that they did previously, or they won't be able to express how they really feel? It's both, I presume. I would like to point out that, yeah, but there's nothing stopping me from just hopping on like this show or something like this show and just getting that information anyway. So, like, what's the problem?
People who are going to seek this information out will eventually find it no matter what. This has always been the case with totalitarian regimes. But the reality is that you're not considered into the equation, because the absolute average person will never do that. They will be perfectly content to sit in their containment zone, in their managed democracy.
Or they'll join a militia and then they'll get arrested, like that, because they don't know what else to do. Like they'll just start acting up. Which I was talking to Lev about this yesterday. Sometimes I feel like a lot of these laws or just acts in general are created by the government in hopes that the people who are likely to be radicalized do go out and do something crazy so they can put them away, make an example of them.
Absolutely. In the UK, that's been made overwhelmingly evident. With what do you think? We have been actively telling people to a certain extent to stop going to these protests because they're honeypots. The whole
don't
point
go.
is to try and get you caught and then arrest you and put you in prison for forever, which they are actively have actively done with a number of people. You just go to prison for 3 years, no one hears from you. I mean, Tommy Robinson just knocked out a guy and then fled to Tenerife, but like whatever.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, fucking hell, that guy's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
But yeah, they want to make an example of you, so they want to make you scared of protesting. Which, I mean, when was the last time a protest actually accomplished anything anyway? I want to use an extreme example. I know it's going to sound really stupid, but consider January 6th in the United States. There was no way that act would have achieved anything.
Symbolic.
It's just a building. It's just a building. The politicians left.
It's the people's house, though. It's the people's house. It means something.
I know, but like, it could have been any building.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not like they go in the building and then all of a sudden they have mind control over every other U.S. citizen. Like,
someone took a dump on Nancy Pelosi's desk. That's what matters. You know.
If it could be any other building, would it be okay if it wasn't a people's house, but it was like Aydin's house, a personal house? If they would.
Oh, the only difference would be if they had control over like all of the military checkpoints, right? Like if the Patriots were in control of the actual means of people, then that's a different story.
I'm not claiming, that it was an attempted coup or revolution or anything, but I'm, Tommy Robinson, I was like, I first heard about Tommy Robinson from Sargon, so of course I had a very flowering opinion of him since like 2017. And I first heard about January 6th from also like Mr. Medicare and all the other channels. But what kind of annoys me about once again, this conflict between you must stand above this issue, but it is annoying when you overstand it, because both Tommy Robinson and January 6th are very fringe cases. They are by definition, Tommy Robinson, there are some weird rules that follow from legal tradition of England from 19th century, about covering or not covering. Like in the US, you do discuss everything every issue about the case publicly, and in England you are forbidden to. In January things, it's about what is infringement on public property and what is they are all cases that are on the fringes of what the public are supposed to do, and they are legitimate cases, and all the focus are about these cases, and but perceiving it the same authoritarian cases that are happening in authoritarian countries, when like the government intentional like create some like causes to infringe on freedoms, like and this happens like as thunderstorm. I don't know, as like you had a media organization, and all of a sudden like the government comes to capture it and to nationalize it, and there is nothing you have to do about it. Like it's a very different issue. After authoritarian step-ups and all of these fringe issues, like fringe issues is something that in which democracy thrives, something in which like public discussion comes to fruition.
Sorry,
Authoritarian step-ups are usually
sorry, I want
to
share a thought.
Okay.
So didn't you compare where things are heading in Britain to the Soviet Union? Because I maybe Lev did. I think that might be quite extreme. But
no. That's the point that I was trying to make. That Jerry's view is that it's very far, even what's going on in Britain, especially what's going on in the United States, from the Soviet Union.
Yeah, it's not even close.
The question was though, even if it's not even close right now, which we all admit, I'm sure we're in off screen would also admit it's not close. Are we headed that direction? That's the question.
No, I don't think so. But to put it this way, because to put it into context, using a bunch of examples that were mentioned earlier in the conversation, just think of the Soviet Union where people were being erased from the face of the earth for smuggling in books, and people couldn't even leave the Soviet Union. They were just stuck in there. And then think about Tommy Robertson going, "We got to save Britain, Britain's fucked," and then knocking a guy out and then just immediately jumping on a plane. Like, it's not the same at all.
No, but again,
Tommy Robbins is also a Fed, so that's why he's allowed to do that. And it's actually kind of important to pull that out in terms of the January 6th thing as well.
Okay.
You have to put January 6th into the context of what had been happening for the last couple of summers before that in the U.S., which is that every year they would go out and burn half of every city in the United States down. And in fact, one of the things that they had done as part of that is go into and occupy government buildings. But it was only a problem when it happened on January 6th because it fit a useful political narrative at the time.
Yeah.
All of this stuff, it does not exist in a vacuum. It always exists in a time and in a place and in a country and under certain circumstances that exist around it. It's why none of it makes sense. And if you're trying to equalize things on how a government deals with stuff, you will end up trying to spiral into insanity because it is not consistent.
It's like creating context to build a narrative, even though there isn't a coherent narrative. There's just chaos.
But I want to make sure we're on the same page, because I'm not disagreeing, Glasscake, with what you're talking about, but we're not saying that the USSR or Russia is the same as Britain. What we're trying to figure out is whether what's being implemented right now, all of these laws against, all these ID laws, would that lead to, maybe we're going to ban VPNs now, and after that, maybe we're going to, have all these people who put in their IDs now be part of this Chinese, Russian style mass, government ID tracking system as far as tracking what it is that you're saying and then gulagging you for saying the wrong thing. That's the slippery slope that people are perceiving. Jerry, you got something to say about that? Go on. I really want to make sure, though, that we focus on this part. Like, why is this? I keep asking this question. Other than just the American, other than the American sense of arguing about freedom, what is the thing that's keeping this from happening?
I agree that this is an important conversation, but on the other side of things, Aydin mentioned, hunting those public buildings like on 2020 riots, occupying January 6th. What we adore about the United States is like Korea shooters from 90s, is like the fascination
the roof Koreans
about Baker, is the Kyle Rittenhouse case. Like, it was 2021, I believe, and there was like a discussion like, why do you discuss those Karl Rittenhouse case, there is like this exercises on border of Ukraine in our community chat, and like people were arguing this is important, this is about freedom, this is how freedom is established like all over the world. This is also it concerns us also. This is about like the ability of the United States to protect like freedom of citizens that act against all of these political waves, acts against governments, acts against like this public, like I don't know, campaigns, media campaigns, like these political waves. Like in the case of Rittenhouse, you know, when half of the media wanted to see him convicted, but he was not after all. Like this
I
is
find
freedom
that the
that
American
is important for all the rest of the world. Like we like what differs the United States against everything else is not like the pace in which it goes to the unfreedom, but the moves that it does to protect freedoms of its citizens. And like in the case of freedom of speech, you know, when Glasscake talks about freedom of speech in Britain, it's very much looks like freedom of speech in the United States in early 20th century. But then all of a sudden there was this like major Supreme Court case in 1960s. It was Brandenburg versus Ohio, I believe, you know, when and the freedom of speech expanded like enormously. Like you couldn't be convicted for dodging like saying people to dodge the draft. You couldn't be convicted for like believable threat against minorities. Like the freedom of speech, and it is like something that exists within the US.
Was the United States not always absolutist?
Magic is something that everybody adores. And now, Glasscake, your thoughts.
Sorry to interrupt, but was the United? I was under the impression that the United States always had absolute freedom of speech. Was that not always the case?
No. The understanding of modern freedom of speech is a modern invention, as much of this stuff is.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, it was born in 1969, literally.
Yeah. Okay, so we keep talking about freedom. I'm not really sure what people mean by that word at this point.
Oh, the good question. My favorite question, actually.
But there is one thing that I do want to talk about in regards to culture of America and just freedom of thought, I suppose, not just speech, but just freedom of conscience, because people... Okay, so to bring up a strange example, during the sort of left v right culture war shit that was happening over the past 10 years, you would find whenever the tides were turning, each side would start stocking up on guns. And it's like, but just because another cultural shift is becoming more dominant, it doesn't mean you can't still think the things you do. It's not like that people are going to knock down your door and like shoot you. Like it's mega paranoid to think that.
Allegedly, but also you have to understand, I brought up earlier too, is that the Second Amendment is not the power that, even obviously in the UK, can't own guns. In Australia, same. But the power that it's actually held by individual gun owners is next to nil. It is a false god in of its own sense, that Americans have this capacity to defend themselves because, again, look at Waco, look at Ruby Ridge. When it comes down to brass tacks, individual Americans, doesn't matter how many guns they own, they cannot defend themselves from a government that wants to oppress them. And in that sense, again, as an American originally, an expat, I get the desire to think that guns are the great equalizer. But a shotgun is not a great equalizer against people who have Abrams tanks or anything, right? Okay, sorry. Yeah.
The point I was making is that, so I've visited the United States probably about 6 or 7 times during like Obama, Trump, Biden, and every time I've visited, the atmosphere has been different. Where that isn't a thing that happens in Britain. We have prime ministers, but people still remain the same. Whereas how Americans behave is entirely dependent on who the fuck is in the White House, and it's like
No,
it's
true.
like they get immediately psyoped into thinking, all right, now I got to stop being a dickhead, or now I got to be hypersensitive, and it's like it's pathetic.
It is something out of Gulliver's Travels almost, like these weird beings called Americans that just change their tune every 4 years. It is quite bizarre to just look at as an outsider that you are to America. But again, if we're talking about, like, from the very beginning of this conversation, once again, these ID laws, now the government has your ID, now they have even more of an opportunity to spy on you. And with Microsoft Windows rolling out this Pluton software, like there's various things that it's going to try and do to solidify the user to the computer, to what they write, to what they search for, meaning like even if we do have all of these freedoms right now, which I think a lot of Americans take for granted, there seems to be more stuff added into the pot that could be used down the line by bad actors when, let's say, I don't know, the Zoomers come of age and, you know, they only care about doing, you know, the politically correct thing, whichever that may be, right or left, you know, following the rules. And now all of a sudden you have the perfect opportunity to use all of this stuff that you got in your, you know, magical basket to undo all of these freedoms that we have. That, I think, is the concern that, Aydin, you're bringing up. It's not that we have this state right now, but every little bit that gets added as far as how much control the government has over the things that people consume, the things that people search for, at a certain point, isn't that going to be so much that it's just too irresistible for the government not to start going more into like a Soviet Union type direction?
I don't care unless they ban TikTok. I don't give a shit.
Well, that was debated for a while. That's a really interesting point that I hadn't actually really considered before, is how volatile and short-lived American beliefs in anything is comparative to the UK, which tends to be far more stable. People entrench themselves. Obviously, Americans entrench themselves in Democrat, Republican.
Here, yeah.
But I think that's not. It's not just the UK. It probably is Europe more broadly, and the older cultures, such as it were. Whereas, yeah, Americans, I having moved here, I start to look back at America and see it's very juvenile, and not in a necessarily bad way. It's like adolescent egocentrism or risk taking of we're the badass bad boys, and that means we change our opinions every 5 minutes, just like teenagers do.
Yeah.
That's how it manifests. And Americans seem to think it's cool, and in many ways, it is cool. That we're always bucking rules or whatever, breaking them, such as it were, but that also makes them very malleable as to, you can also, in the same way you can apply as like we're protecting children versus one day that works, then it doesn't work the next day, but you can constantly trick them. And one way of tricking them into supporting things is by saying something is countercultural, which is now working with the Christian nationalist stuff of, woke was the big popular thing, manufactured consent that it was popular. It wasn't really popular. People will go against that and be, that their own subculture. That's
but
cool.
Why is that the opposite? Why is that? That's
I don't
not
know.
the opposite. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like, oh well, obviously we're the United States, so when woke goes away, we just become Christian again.
Well, look at
and now
PC.
the cool thing will be to be anti-Christian and pro-woke. That will become cool now.
Well, look at that South Park episode with PC Principle. For those who watched that episode, he then became Power Christian Principle. Yeah, but as far as
speech, it started like just one of the many misunderstandings that Americans have about themselves.
Well, if you ask Lev, Jesus was
like
woke.
more
there you
younger
go.
and more volatile than European, while in the reality, the American tradition of law changes much slower than the British one, and every European nation is younger than the US. And it ended like a conspiracy theory, when Americans lure someone with there is a mainstream culture and there is counterculture. The Europeans, especially in Eastern Europe, do not distinguish what is American culture and what is counterculture. They just adore everything that comes from America, especially it was like in the 1980s when no American culture was accessible like for a century, and then all of a sudden like everybody discovered American culture and what is normal, what is subversive. Nobody knows. Like we just love jeans.
Would you say like they love the fact that there is this switching that occurs, that it's not like this very grounded thing? They love the lack of groundedness that they see in the United States versus their own sense of groundedness from, you know, living in a such as life Slavic country.
Well, now they do, because like it's like level one, like somehow advanced understanding of American culture.
Yeah.
It's the first time.
But see, like
whatever was culture, whatever was a subversion, like it didn't matter. It just looked like a much superior product that we have here.
But the last thing I'd say, like even if we take a look at these Slavic Eastern European countries like Poland, like Ukraine, there is this concern that, let's say, people on the reactionary end have, that these countries, like, sure, right now, they may value the freedom that they have, and hey, like, they may even become a lot more freedom-loving than the Americans. You know, this is how much they would absorb a lot of this stuff. But at a certain point, when they get too good, when they get too successful, they're going to start having a lot of the same woke indoctrination stuff occur for them. And then they'll have a reaction to that stuff. And then eventually they're also going to go down the route of having this totalizing control system be something that people are going to consider. Because again, like everything we've been talking about has to do with how much ammunition is given towards the state, which they can then implement against people. Where Auron and Aydin, you guys are in agreement that it's enough ammunition. If we're talking about people's IDs, if we're talking about having access to who writes and searches for what online, et cetera, this is enough ammunition to then, once the government gets to a certain level, which goes beyond any of these, you know, nice arguments back and forth about what liberty means, once it gets to that level, then fuck it. Then they'll be able to use all of this stuff against us, whether we like it or not. And I don't know, Glasscake, do you think that this is all just a fantasy and America, and maybe England too, but definitely America, will be able to resist the state being able to use that?
Skirting, just avoiding those kinds of policies, life just finds a way. Like censorship almost never works.
Yes, true.
I'm not really worried about it. What I'm most concerned about is just if a government becomes so corrupt that they snoop into people's private lives in order to weaponize information against them. That's what I'm concerned about.
That is for the tech savvy, which by the way is, I know that Zoomers don't know how to use anything but their phone, but they know how to use their phone, and they are able to get around a lot of this stuff on their phone. One way to get around it, I just mentioned, is I think this is on mobile now, which is that Brave browser has a built-in Tor service, which you don't need a VPN. Just turn on Tor, and you can get into not just the clear net, but into the dark web as well. It's extremely simple, and these young kids, they got around this within hours by taking a picture of Norman Reedus in Death Stranding. So like it's completely pointless which is what makes the premise absurdist prima facie, because of how quickly kids were able to get around it, and anyone even slightly technologically savvy. But who is it designed to actually mess with? It's the boomers, the Gen X, the millennials who do have credit cards and are perfectly fine with attaching their credit card and their face in 3D and their actual ID, all to that stuff, just for the convenience of it, because convenience means a lot. And then once you get the convenience, and particularly in the UK, it makes it very easy to track down on what they said they were looking for in particular, and what they immediately did with the bill, which is to crack down on anti-migrant sentiment, make sure no one can see that. And that's the biggest pressing issue in the UK. And if you can make everyone think that, none of this is happening, it's not real, then so much of the really motivating political animus and political anger that exists in the UK just disappears if people don't constantly see evidence of it.
It's not going to happen though. People are just mad in their homes now.
I know, but if they don't keep seeing it in their homes, it might make it. But if you don't this is some psychological shit here too, is that you have the primacy effect and recency effect. People remember the things that they heard first and the things they heard most recently. And primacy effect is more intense in its findings, that what you hear first is most important. But if you don't have recency bias to back that up constantly, eventually they'll forget about it and they'll go, well, I don't even remember what happened. I bring up again that Atlantic article about COVID because it was so telling. Neuroscientists saying, the title of the article was, "We will forget much of the pandemic. That's a good thing." Because neuropsychologically, you do not want to remember negative things. You don't want to have to think about children who have been horrifically abused because it causes you psychological fucking damage. So you turn it off.
I know what you're talking about. I have a really good memory for this stuff, and the worst example that I can remember is the flip-flopping that occurred during the vaccine debate, where to start off with, it was because it was Trump that greenlit the vaccine research, wasn't it?
Operation Warp Speed.
Yeah, Operation Warp Speed, and what was it? There was a bunch. It started off being like people that were majorly left-leaning saying, "I'm not taking a vaccine that's made by Trump," and then like the right wingers were like, "Well, I'm going to get it immediately." And then when Trump was out of office, it flipped, where it flipped back and forth like 3 times. And after it was over, I posted on Twitter, "Hey, do you guys, Colbert fans or whatever, you guys remember when Trump like invented this vaccine essentially? Like he put it
from their perspective, sure, yeah,
but they didn't remember that happened. Like they thought it was they were like, just trust the science. It's like, this was an experimental thing that was greenlit by Trump. None of you remember."
It's to preserve their own psychological health. Go ahead, Lev. Sorry.
Well, with Glasscake, with that being said, do you see the institutions, I mean, what exactly are these institutions, as far as certain things that prevent the overreach of government when it comes to, like getting to Soviet-like levels? Do you see them when you say nature finds a way, and much like Aydin, you were talking about like the younger generation being able to figure workarounds around these various censorious implementations? Do you see the institutions being hollowed out, being unneeded anymore, or do you still see like certain freedoms that we have here that are backed up by, lawyers? Let's say, for example, you would be able to sue the government for certain things. Do you see those things still working, or do you see them as being like dead men walking?
Lawyers, activists, people who are actively opposing any government.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of the people who are they're just making a lot of noise, but a lot of that is intentional. I go back to what I said about how there was all these other protests that happened that where people occupied state buildings in the United States that happened as precursors to January 6th. It depends on whether or not the state actually feels threatened by it or feels that they can utilize it for some greater purpose. All of this, again, is consent manufacture. All of this is done very purposefully in terms of, well, you look at it and you think that's hypocritical. No, I mean, it is hypocritical, but it's done very much on purpose, hypocritically.
Okay, so I have a perspective on this. I think I'm going to bring up Zizek. I'm not sure. I just need to collect my thoughts for a second.
Okay.
Well, start to get lots of spit in your mouth so that you can replicate yourself.
Yeah, right. The migrant crisis has been brought up a lot, and you brought up Tommy Robinson, and Tommy Robinson's major axe to grind is like the Pakistani rape gangs, which we kept being told isn't happening, and then they finally did the report where it's like, oh no, it was happening. Slavoj talked about this a couple of years back, where he was telling the left that they need to concede that that's actually happening, because people are going to find out on the internet anyway, and if you can't just admit that is a reality, these people are going to get even more radicalized in their homes. And his point was that there's no point in protesting, because people are they're protesting on the internet now, and then they're voting for more extreme parties. In real life, protests don't mean a fucking thing anymore.
Well, also understand that voting for more extreme parties can be part of the ultimate goal. I think it's exactly what's happening in the UK right now. I actually deeply do believe that all of this has happened is to move approval towards reform
Yeah.
actively. I think it's unquestionable. We've been saying that for the last couple of years, but or so. But it's pretty clear at this point. What's reform up right now? Last time I saw it, it was they're up like 8 to 10 points over the other two.
It does look like
parties.
Reform will probably win the next election. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's Nigel Farage, who I know people still worship him in many ways and think he's a savior in some form, but it's just going to be same shit, different toilet in that sense.
Yeah, there's not much. Like the only thing that he talked about that I actually liked the sound of was he wanted to introduce a British Bill of Rights, similar to the American Constitution. But the thing is, even if they got elected, I highly doubt they would do anything substantial for this country.
But again, if we're talking about these various institutions, I want to make sure that we don't miss the forest from the trees. Obviously, we're not looking at anything close to perfection as far as England goes or as far as the United States goes either. But then there is still this question of something that was dismissed earlier on in the stream, which is the effectiveness of the institutions and the separation of powers that we still have today, which is different from a totalitarian regime. And again, I understand our thoughts on, well, this is not going to last. But if we're just talking about like right now what we have, are we saying that these things are completely hollowed out and effective? Probably not when it comes to the life of the average United States citizen, when it comes to how much the government on average is able to abuse them. And yes, there's Ruby Ridge, and then there's, the Branch Davidians. There's a lot of these extreme examples. But if we're just talking about like what people can do and express in their daily life versus what they can do and express in Russia, this is like why, to Auron's detriment, I keep bringing up Russia, because it's just like such a stark, naked example of how fucking bad things can get versus where we are right now.
I would argue that Britain was more repressive as I was growing up than it is now.
In many ways.
It's actually, I think it's the opposite that's happening, that people are becoming more open here than they ever used to be. Like I used to put it this way, there used to be billboards everywhere that was like, pay your TV license or we'll kick down your door. We know where you live. And now
that wasn't even long ago. That's been since I've moved here. You got the pay your TV license.
But it used to be billboards that like deliberately looked scary. It
like
was
a
like
Big Brother.
You wouldn't
watching.
steal, well, we had it in the US. You wouldn't steal a little bit. You wouldn't steal a car, but the difference is that wasn't being operated by the US government. So much.
And even if it's tone, though, by the way, well, you wouldn't steal a car. It's not as Big Brother-ish. It's not as you know what I mean. It's a little bit more.
Growing up, I knew a couple of guys who also went to jail for selling pirate DVDs, which that doesn't happen anymore. Everybody pirates stuff, and the government just doesn't give a shit anymore. Whereas they used to really clamp down on this stuff.
Or video nasties, all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay, but see, this is the real difficult part here, because this part of the conversation, imagine we superimpose this part of the conversation with the earlier part of the conversation we had when Auron was here, and what Auron's conclusion was here. And Aydin, like, you weren't that opposed to that conclusion either, as far as the possibility of what could happen with this rival total state, what's that word? The Leviathan. That Leviathan, where we would have to concede, well, we have to be under this Christian power structure now that determines what people do. That. Like, let's face it, we weren't that far away from saying that that's inevitable, and that would be the better choice.
Wait. Are you familiar? You must be familiar with the framework that Auron was talking about, which is Leviathan from Samuel T. Francis's framework. Of it's not that it's one side or the other. It's the overarching structure that exists outside of it, and what we see as left versus right. That's all fake bullshit. Leviathan is something that exists outside of it. It's why I think when things seem uniparty, this is excuse me. I just
there is
state power in general.
It was a big topic of conversation, like here in Russia, because there was a journalist, a libertarian former, that explained, that the power is like a worm from Dune, and everyone who rides the power is like a worm rider from Dune.
Yeah.
And, this is why we must be like, the Putin is just the guy who best rides
The best
from
worm.
Dune.
Wait, by the way, Jerry, are you in Ukraine or Russia? I still don't know.
I am in Kiev in Ukraine.
Oh, okay, because
I
you
lived
said
in
Russia
Kiev
earlier, so
for
I
the last
wasn't.
50 years.
So
Okay.
hang on, you were talking about a Christian power structure. Are you just talking about vibes?
No, I'm
there's-
not talking. I'm not talking about vibes. Okay,
'Cause
so
if you're
getting
not a
back to
Christian, then what is that? It's just something in the air. Like,
no,
what-
getting back to what we were talking about before with Auron and Aydin, we were talking about how if we were to have some kind of an all-encompassing state, not if, but that this is an inevitability, that we will have this all-encompassing state that rules over everybody. So at that point, it might as well be a Christian state because of its, better values than, I don't know, some like godless commie Stalinist state or whatever. So that was kind of the point that I think, Aydin, unless I misremember something, that was the...
I don't want to speak for Auron, but I think I can maybe explain what it is. You will always be governed. You will always be ruled. It is inevitable. Hierarchy is the natural state of man. And the whole idea of liberal democracy in some way is counter narrative to the way that things must be, which is that people will follow rules. People like following rules. Actually, they like being told what to do, which is why my solution and the solution of people like Curtis Yarvin is just give up and give it over to a monarchy, because a king who with divine right will make better, even if it's not necessarily better decisions for every individual person, people will be happier, and they will be happier as a large part because they don't have to make decisions for themselves. I have gone through the research on this. Voting, the very act of voting, makes people so much more miserable that they can't appreciate the fall foliage outside after they have voted. Like you ask people the same question. Did you appreciate how pretty it was outside today with the nice fall leaves falling? When they didn't vote, yes. When they did vote, no, they didn't appreciate the fall foliage.
Isn't Curtis Yarvin just sort of parroting Schopenhauer, though?
Curtis Yarvin is actually parodying more directly someone called Eric von Kuhnert-Leiden, who wrote a fantastic book that is for free to download on the Mises Institute called "Liberty or Democracy." The question of our time is the subtitle. Fantastic book. I would call myself more of a Kuhnert-Leidenist than a Curtis Yarvinist.
I think it was Schopenhauer that said that monarchy is a valuable contribution to the symbolic order, unless that was Lacan. I'm not sure, but it's essentially just
that might have been Locano though.
But essentially having that monarch just sat there doing fucking nothing, people look at it and go, oh well, at least that hasn't changed.
Sense of stability. No, that's all that matters. It's that sense of permanent stability with a tie to the past and a tie to the future in their heirs. Yeah. This gives people a sense that things are going to be okay because the monarch, who by the way is granted his power from God, so everything's okay because hierarchically down the line,
it's
everything.
Becoming a dark enlightenment stream. I don't like it.
Oh, sorry. Lev invited me. It's always going to become that.
No, but this is still what we're talking about here. Real quick, what we're talking about here, though, this is all still in the realm of, well, the monarch is like this LARPing figure that's supposed to represent something to the people so that the people fucking relax. That's very different. No, real quick. That's very different from what we were talking about earlier about putting oneself or about having oneself put against the wall. If, let's say, this arbitrary system of top-down leadership decides that, you know what, you're not based enough to be, part of our thing. Because again, that was the conceding that this is going to be our system no matter what. And I want to compare what we talked about earlier to what we just talked about, where nature finds a way. We have these Zoomers who are able to figure out ways to skirt the system, and how censorship is not going to, or has much less of a chance of winning here in the West compared to, let's say, a totalitarian dictatorship like Russia. So these are two separate worldviews that are talked about in the same stream, and I want to see which one of these wins the day. You see what I mean, right, Aydin?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think that yeah, most people again they just want. I'm gonna let Jerry's got it. Jerry, let Jerry go because
Okay,
you'll go
okay.
back to me.
Jerry. You remember from
I
yeah.
just, that was a biblical verse, judged a tree by a fruit of it, and every time we, like, once a century, our friend Molbach claims himself to be a fan of Carlyle, first and foremost, as a guy from 19th century who rebelled about every liberal democracy of his age, and excluding United States, judge what happened with them when we the arguments that Aydin uses, we are integrally going to the same projection, and if we are going there, why don't choose monarchy? It's something, the Soviet Union had been using for 100 of years, and now, every government is corrupt. Every government has problem with corruption. Every government has problem with inequality, and no system is fair. No system is like will provide you with the greatest. And nothing is perfect. Like, this is the motto of every authoritarian dictatorship that loses in facts, but is trying to win. Like, what about
Yeah. Well, like this post over here. I mean, this is
Don't
case
try to
in
read
point.
his name, but he's on point on it. Yeah.
Yeah, so what he's saying over here for all the audio listeners, it will be obvious soon. Liberalism is dead. Religion and tradition will win. Nobody is equal. Groups will self-rid themselves of parasites. By the way, I applaud him for not putting in the two parentheses when he said I know how much he wanted to do that. I could tell. But, good on him for using like the little quotes this time around. Thank you. Resurgence of feudalism, but with technology. So again, this is classic reactionary thought, and I keep.
But I know people that go to
Yeah.
church just because they like the vibe of it, but they don't believe in God or anything. They're just like, yeah, I'm chilling.
They
Yeah.
want community.
Like,
And that is so important. People really do want community. That's again why what Auron said to do is go get involved in local. Find people to go to the pub with that you like, and you can talk about whatever the hell you feel like while having a beer. That's what the basket weavers is for. And I think that people who are dissidents of any sort of stripe or variety, whatever you see yourself as, should do similar things all across the world. That's the only way that you can get anything done. This stuff on the internet, I hope that this has been made clear by the events of the last week or so. The stuff that happens on the internet, in many senses, is not real. It's hyper reality. So get offline and go do things with real people, because your ability to access this can go away like that.
But while you're doing these things, this is like my final question here. I'm very curious about this, and I don't want to single any particular person out here. I'm just going to say people who are more on the reactionary end, to be fair. People who are more on the reactionary end. If you see the possibility with these basket weavers, and by the way, that almost seems like a callback to 4chan,
That's
they
the point.
refer to themselves as a basket weaving forum. Yeah, exactly.
We're just basket weaving. We're just having drinks. We're not doing anything
Malaysian basket weavers, Ian Miles Chong sitting in the corner there. Anyway, when it comes to this idea of these separate communities, which, a lot of reactionary people, they're for this kind of stuff, but at the same time, none of them, not one, will ever make it a point to at least try to say to the people around them that, you know what, guys, having a authoritarian government is something we should also fight against while we're trying to have these side-by-side communities. Because, again, I think they want these things to happen. They wouldn't mind if they had this kind of situation where maybe they will be put up against the wall. Not one person from that group has ever stood against this thing that they see as being inevitable. And I'm just wondering, is there any way for that to happen? Because what you're saying with these basket weavers, it doesn't say that
too much onus on them. I'm not trying to get Mark Houghton in trouble or anything.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But with these basket weavers, I don't think that they have high hopes.
Slower, man.
I don't think that they have a high. Yes, if they have, I don't think that they have high hopes for our institutions, but it also doesn't seem like they're out there to want these institutions to be ultimately destroyed and be replaced by a dictatorial system. And it seems like so many people online, in this hyper reality that you were alluding to, Aydin, so many people are. So many people would jump at the chance for our guys to be in charge and to dictate how people are to live their lives. And I really don't think that a lot of them have considered that they're going to be next in line to get, disposed of if they dare say something that somebody may arbitrarily find to be bad. You know what I mean? Like,
we're already disposed of. Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. I would like to point out that when people want our guys in government, when they talk about our guys, they essentially want someone of a higher status than them to declare their desired lifestyle as valid because they're too scared to just live it without someone saying that it's okay. Whereas no one's stopping you from just like, if you're one of those, I'm trad. Like, if you're one of those,
no, I need
idiots,
Jacob Rees-Mogg to okay it.
Yeah. If you're one of those fucking idiots, it's like, I'm trad, but I need Jacob Rees-Mogg in Parliament, so then I won't feel guilty for being trad. It's like, then you're just a mongoloid, like you're an idiot.
Yeah. No, but that's in the best case, because Mogg is still subservient to these systems of like the Parliament and all of that. It's not like Mogg is in charge of the entire superstructure of this control state. And what I'm saying, Glasscake, is that so many of these people, they want there to be a Mogg who is in charge of everybody's life for the greater good. Because again, the argument has never been, well, we need to resurrect these institutions. The argument from the very beginning of this stream has been, well, the institutions are worthless. We're going to throw them out. And our only choice is to have like Mogg or whoever the fuck being in charge.
But they just function as role models. Nobody's like writing "you must be trad" into law.
Yeah.
No, but that's what they want. But that's what they want. That's the problem.
That doesn't make any sense.
Why? This is something that we've seen through the 20th century, as far as dictators that have power that control other people through through those means. It's not like some alien concept. It's something that exists. It's something that existed in this world.
I understand, like, there were laws that, anti-homosexuality laws and stuff like that. But you can't write a law forcing people to be trad. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
I'll give you a quick example. One of the things that we were talking about earlier in the stream had to do with pornography. And it had to do with the desire to, for the people who desire this thing, who desire this law, to have a law that would physically not have those pornographers existing in our plane of existence. You know what I mean? I'm trying to say it in a YouTube-friendly way.
It's all about trends. Go ahead, Jerry.
What is the most prolonged, most continuous, most sustainable trad community like right now in the world? It's the Amish. It's U.S. Amish. And what are the rules for sustaining in Amish? They are free exit rule. Like, you don't want to be Amish, you exit, you try to live outside the Amish community. If you want, you return and you completely accept the Amish rules.
Do you know the rates on return from Rumspringa to be part of the Amish community? It's extremely high. Even though they let them go out and explore the degeneracy and all that, they go back to their communities at the end of the day. And that's why they keep the tradition up, because it keeps working out in their favor. If it didn't, they wouldn't allow it.
You must figure out like the sustainable rules to continue to be trad. And every time I'm like an outsider in this conversation, and I leave like some trad people demanding like what they want and receiving it or not receiving, like continuing back to Russia. Every trad community like that is too trad for Putin are declared the sect and destroyed, and every like too patriotic community also declared.
That's true.
Why use too ideological?
No, you got to be at the right level.
And this discussion between like some trad communities have their representatives like that may or may not like follow the rules, and progressives also, and like there is this majorities that fight for their economic issues, the societal issues. Like this is like the healthy balance, like in the trad Amish community.
Sure,
like, it is a sustainable way to.
Yes, but what's being considered in part of this house of balance, just so nobody misunderstands what I'm trying to say here. And Glasscake, you weren't here for the beginning of this conversation. So I just want to impart to you, and Aydin, you know what I'm talking about, like what exactly the point was made about these pornographers. The point was made is that these are people who, and again, I'm trying to say this in a YouTube-friendly way, but Glasscake, I think you know what I'm trying to say here, as far as there are some people who would want to do something to erase the physical existence of people who would engage in that particular business. And that is very different from a symbolic type of Mog character that people would look up to. That's different from having a king. That's taking direct action with weaponry, with, you know, probably torture devices, with all kinds of different means to put an end to particular people whose occupations are not liked. Now, Glasscake, were the trads to implement that kind of solution, like that would be, from what I got, something that a lot of people who are more traditional minded desire, who are, you know, in these online communities. Do you see that as being realistic?
No.
Why not?
No, I don't. It seems absurd to me that a government would like. Is this just because of the age gate thing in Britain that you're bringing this up? Or
well, no. How do we come to that discussion? We were talking about.
You're making a bunch of crazy connections in your mind right now with like the insane online trad community and like the
no,
age
dude. It's not coming from me. That's the point. This was the conversation we were having. Okay, Auron said it. Fine, whatever. It wasn't Aydin. It wasn't me. It was whatever. In the beginning
you're
basically
saying that people want to erase pornographers, which is not a conversation that I've seen happen anywhere in the world.
But Aydin, I'm not imagining this happened today on the stream, right? That was the point that Auron was making.
In terms of violent murder, and
yes, in terms of physical action of yes.
Let's use that. Let's use the
yes
Pinochet terminology then to keep it YouTube friendly.
Sure, yeah.
Helicopter rides, if you will. There's certainly people who do desire that, but the reality is that in terms of degeneracy, that has always existed and always will exist. It used to be that the way that it was handled is that, for example, history of Europe and since Greece has had a lot of homosexuals involved in positions of power. That has always been the case because homosexuals tend to be atypical, obviously by nature of being homosexual, and that also makes them oftentimes atypical thinkers as well, who are outside of the regular structure of society and that can make their value that they offer to philosophy and the understanding of how social systems work. Again, not my opinion, betrayed by and portrayed by history. What tends to happen is not that it goes out into the streets and burns all of the homosexuals. The homosexuals mask differently. These things, I don't think you can't undo reality that some people will be homosexual, that some people will be weird. That is just the reality of evolution. And many times, very weird people are the absolute brightest, but they are weird. And society finds ways around that. The embracing and the accelerating of the weird into the public as to something to be aspired to, even and really when it's faux weirdness, assumed and performative weirdness that is done only for the value of being performative, that stuff it's never had any use, and it's actually quite literally fake and gay. That stuff might be going away, but you're always going to have weird people. The problem is that, or the change you're going to see now, and understand it's just a change, this happens all the time, is it's going to be a move away from the extreme woke, the extreme celebration of the weirdness and faux weirdness back into, you're not going to see gay people getting hung in the streets. They're going to go back to their typical role as advisors. I
like what you said.
I don't know what is the connection between. I don't know what is exactly the connection between pornographers and homosexuals, but from my crude Eastern European perspective, it's the demographics
degeneracy.
Bullshit.
I guess, yeah. People that just don't like things that they perceive to be degeneracy, right? I like what you said about performative weirdness, the whole sort of, lack of a better term, woke era of performative weirdness, and how the true innovators are just genuinely oddballs. Whereas for people who are actually weird freaks, like people who I would consider just freaks, it's the trad people. It's the people who are LARPing as trad people. I don't like them. I think they're full of shit. It's like when
Many of them are.
Put it this way, I worked as a bartender at one point in my life, but I wasn't a bartender. I was LARPing as a bartender. That's just a job that I had. If you're going, I'm not a bartender. I was LARPing.
Would you want to know when a social movement has tipped over from genuine weirdos into mainstream? Look at how women vote on it or poll on it. I mean, obviously I'm a woman, but I'm autistic and weird. I'm talking about mainstream female acceptance of something. Once women accept it as cool, it's over. Okay, like in terms of the weirdness, that's gone now.
Well, I mean, speaking of going full painter. I mean, Glow in the Dark says here, Lev thinks trads are going full painter. That is an example with Hitler when a lot of women ended up, voting for him as well.
Overwhelmingly.
A rabbi does own Pornhub.
That's true.
Well, yeah. There you go.
Well, what are you going to do? But no, the question, though, here is when it does come to people who have these much more extreme solutions and are proud of talking about them, how we're going to do this and that to the pornographers and all that, I don't think it's all a LARP. I think that there are people who are genuinely seeing things that way, that if we have power, this is exactly what we're going to do, so long as nobody stops us. So then that's the question of, are the institutions that we have so fragile that that's the only way, or it seems like they are still... I know you're laughing, Glass Cake, but you got to understand, this is the nature of the conversation. This is how little faith is in the American institutions.
I can't see a pornographer pogrom happening. I can't. Like,
a pogrom. I'm trying to make a pun using those two words because they're so similar.
Pornographer.
Yeah.
Porngrum. Yeah, the porngrum.
They're going to put your dicks on pikes and hang them up outside of the Tower of London.
I just can't see it. I understand that. I understand your concern, Lev. It's just, for me, like, when I look at the trad people, either some of them are LARPing, some of them are just having identity crises, and then they have lackeys that just follow the leader, and they think, oh, this guy knows what he's talking about. But none of them actually have a coherent sense of self. It's all performative.
Everyone wants to be a political hipster to a certain degree because it's cool. Everyone wants to be cool.
Yeah.
So they'll join on things that are, like I said, why I mentioned women is because women, generally speaking, tend to be followers in terms of social trends. They wait till you have strong male figures and enough female support to follow stuff, and then they'll all generally jump on board because they want to be kind of cool to a certain degree, but also safe. And evolutionarily, it makes sense why women want to be safe and don't want to take extreme opinions or positions that are going to harm them potentially.
Oh yeah, there's a strange phenomenon with male-centric hobbies when women join them.
Yes.
Either they get ruined in the eyes of the men, or the hobby gets normalized and becomes mainstream once women start partaking in it.
I know the exact comic you're referring to, and yes, it is accurate. If you're,
I'm not referring to any comic, but
really?
Yes, something I've observed.
Oh, great minds think alike. There we go.
Some guy on 4chan made a comic about that forever ago.
Yeah.
And another like obvious point.
Yeah, the biggest example of that now is Dungeons and Dragons. Like that was that used to be
poor Aydin.
Yeah.
Were you into the Dungeons and Dragons back in the day, Aydin?
I met my husband because he's a DM. That's why I moved. That's why I moved halfway across the world.
And now look at D&D culture. Look at it now.
Right. Yeah, very fun.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, but again, that doesn't mean that, as Glow in the Dark says over here, the Taliban is more extreme than Americans. They haven't gone full summer camp on all prostitutes and drug addicts. I don't see it happening in America. So again, I think it's going to be good if, in the future, Auron comes back, Glass Cake, Aydin, Jerry, we got to do it again with him because this is like he's not in the room right now, so I don't want to speak on his behalf or what he thinks. I want to say, though, that in terms of the general trajectory of a lot of trad people, this is something that's been on their minds, and I don't think it's something that we were able to kind of, confront in a very naked and sober way, you know, because these things, they're like said, and we move on to other things, and we're like, oh, that's kind of naughty, you know what I mean? Like, you know, it's kind of rebellious almost to say, like, yeah, we're going to apply the helicopter method to these people that we don't like, right, Aydin? Like you were talking about before, like it's very subversive, and it's exciting because it's so subversive. But
and while not addressing anything Auron says, I would say, you know, once again, from our experience of democracy, from Russian, like the more stable, the less fragile the institutions are, the more freedom are there from people like Auron to express their opinion, to be as radical as they are, to claim, you know, we will do with our institutions the things as we do, because if institutions feel fragile, they like will appoint like to people like Auron, they will appoint them as the main enemies. It's like what happened with Moscow in early 90s, you know, when all the red-brown people were assigned as institutional enemies and shot in near the parliament building. You know, if they would hold the power, if they would win the election, it would be like, you know, the institution will bounce back, and all the radicalism like will stretch on the like actual parliamentary process. But because institutions felt so fragile, they just, you know, shot like 1,000 people in the middle of Moscow, and that started the process of authorization. And the worst thing about it is that all the liberals and all the centrists and all the other people, they were in support of that, because, you know, they all needed the common enemy, like to unite against parliament. It is the point I'm making, like, you know, if things, my general topic today is the room for discussion, you know, the room for bouncing ideas back and forth, like within the habits of society. And yeah, like the fringes, like who wanted to destroy the entire society, are essential for the strength of the institutions. That's all.
yeah, ironically, that could be the way that it works. We have Natman Prime that says over here, naked and sober. What the? You know the reference I'm doing there. Good old Jesse Lee Peterson, who maybe allegedly, I don't know if you saw that militant Catholic video about his, thing.
Hilarious. Oh my God, I love him.
Oh, wait, what about Jesse?
There was this militant Catholic video that claimed from the people who were, under Jesse that he, like he had these flings with these dudes.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Never mind. Yeah.
Yeah, but was that just all a bunch of baloney, or was there like something true there?
It may or may not have been. I can tell you that a whole hell of a lot of people in power who pretend and have beards that they are straight men are in fact gay. That's probably always been the case. Again, once you have, like Dutton would call this probably more that there's spiteful mutants, but there's also a certain degree of mutagenic load. In order for you to be a mutant in one way, like having a very high IQ, it oftentimes coincides with a comorbidity of mutations in other areas of life, such as being homosexual.
I think if being straight is part of your public persona, you're probably not straight.
Yeah, right. Like, I'm super straight, guys. Trust me. Yeah, that's
I mean, I talked to Glasscake before about a certain politician who's very famous, who's who I'm talking about, who really likes the YMCA song,
right?
And likes it played behind.
Okay,
yes,
so it's just okay. So think of someone running for PM in Britain, and he's on the campaign trail. He's giving speeches, but every 10 minutes he goes, "I'm not gay." You'd be like, okay, no one asked, bro. It's sort of. Anyway,
people need to know. They need to be reminded.
Yeah, it's not relevant, and also no one asked. Also, clearly you are.
It's like sick animation. It's like the Markham sick animation song where he says, "You know me, and I'm not gay." But anyway, you gotta listen.
But you'll find it everywhere. A lot of the people in positions of power, again, you have to be exceptional, and being exceptional often means being very weird, and being very weird in one aspect often means being very weird in others. So some of the most exceptional people you'll find will be weird in a multitude of ways. And that often means that the trad people who preach a trad lifestyle because they think it's good for society for whatever reason do not live that lifestyle whatsoever. The only difference really is that the forefrontedness of being gay or being LGBTQIA+, that's a new sort of thing. It's always going to happen. You can't get rid of those people. There's always going to be gays and queers behind the scene, whatever word is acceptable for it.
Well, that's the mark of any kind of civilization. You're going to have various kinds of sexual outlets. You know, it's from time immemorial. You had it in Babylon. You know, you had all kinds of orgies that went on, and you're not going to be able to get rid of them, just like you're not going to be able to get rid of that Mothra that keeps on flying.
It's not just that. It's a ton. This one's actually really cute. That's why I was looking at it. But it also is a double-edged sword in the way that all sexual impropriety is, as we've found in the Epstein Files case, or Epstein case in general, which is that also having that over these people, to know that the brilliant people who are very politically savvy, you can always blackmail them by revealing that their sexual proclivities. That has also been the case for probably like 2,000 years or something in that vicinity.
No, that's true. And I've been doing
American queer culture confuses me though, because where I grew up in my part of England, the gay guys here they're just gay guys, and then they're just going about their business. It's always
well,
I don't.
Glasscake, you remember that conversation that you had with that fella from the bathhouse?
Oh wait, I can't remember what that conversation was.
The gay guy who thought that Christians.
The gay guy who liked Islam and hated Christianity. Yeah, that guy.
Yes, so many such cases.
That's typical of American gay guys, though.
Yeah.
Like,
Can you imagine for like 100 years for exceptional people to be weird? They may just to be.
A lot of,
and in last decades, something like Epstein Island.
The thing is, a lot of American queer culture
got so normalized.
A lot of American queer culture, because Jesus is everywhere you look in America. A lot of them waving like the LGBT flag will start to identify with, say, the Palestinians. And therefore, they'll because they see themselves as equal to the Palestinians because they're another oppressed group, right? But they'll completely miss the point that like Islam is not tolerant of gay guys, but they don't see that. So it's
they see them as they're outsiders, and so you're just talking about in-group homophily. So
they're like, we are birds of a feather. It's like, no, like I get it. You're both oppressed in different ways, but like you're not the same. It's two completely different scenarios.
This came from both the Palestinian cause and the LGBT cause being popularized in 60s, like under the same proletarians of the Unite. And like proletarians mean not the working class, but oppressed of all kinds. Like it was a coalition, a union of support.
And not in Marx's initial comprehension, but very quickly afterwards, it said all people who are oppressed. And that's how you get into the like, let's show porn to pedophiles, or let's introduce children to pedophiles. Excuse me, it's so much worse because that will help normalize them or whatever that you got. In the
they did those experiments like in Germany, or I don't remember, like where they were getting these kids who didn't have parents, like orphans, and they were having, the pedophores, as Christian likes to say, adopt them. So I don't think that worked out too well.
Do you think anyone in Hamas has had gay sex?
Oh, probably almost all of the leadership.
Yeah. I just thought about that. That's most definitely
half of
Well, if you look at men lead society in every single case. This is unilateral. This is just the way things are. Because women, myself included, are very conflict averse. We're not designed to do this. In fact, it causes us like also psychological pain to do this kind of stuff. In a way, it doesn't cause men because it's more maybe for intellectual fun or whatever, but women have more at stake to be aberrant. For men, being aberrant, in fact, can make you very powerful, and being aberrant can be your greatest strength. So when you find positions of power, you very often find homosexual men.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good point, yeah.
And I wonder if that may also have to do with certain things that I heard as far as the S&M homosexual culture when it comes to like beating up dudes and stuff like that, kind of like a Fight Club type of thing. do you see there being any kind of correlation there as well with that mentality?
Wasn't the 19th stereotype was that the people who are most powerful tend to be most submissive?
Are you saying there's gay fight clubs?
Like it's
Yes,
reverse.
well, more like paying homeless people to beat them. Anyway, it's
What the fuck?
Wait, yeah, I'm not even familiar with this. Gay
okay.
people pay homeless people to
Okay, here's
beat
the
them
thing.
up?
I'm not gonna talk about this on the air right now, just because
Okay.
I don't want to get sued. I don't want to get sued by a certain person who likes to sue people. But I will explain everything off the air. It's a very interesting rumor. It's a very interesting rumor that I heard. But anyway,
going around, moving forward from the
yes.
streams that can sue you. In 90s, in zeros, in Russia, there was this stereotype that these big oligarch dudes, that command everything. They are very submissive. They, the more powerful you are in your everyday life, the more. And it was the rumors that was argued because in Russian there was this hierarchy culture, including prison hierarchy. When you must be dominant, including in this kind of relations. But journalists leaked from private parties about just habits of your usual Russian oligarchs.
Yeah. No, these oligarchs, they've been up to a lot of crazy stuff that a lot of people here in the West don't know about. But anyway, everybody, thank you so much for watching. This has been a fantastic conversation. I would definitely love to get, as much as Auron is tired of me comparing things to Russia, I do want to get Auron back in here because, again, the whole pornography thing, we sort of, walked over that a little bit, and I sort of introduced that back in, but it wasn't really the same. I think this is the kind of thing that, people say it, but we have to confront,
Dude.
what exactly is going on here.
Putin's trad.
The reality about the porn debate, and this is the intentional part, and I'll let you end on this, is that no one wants to talk about porn because it is deeply uncomfortable. It makes everyone feel icky and gross, and that is exactly why it's the perfect. It makes most people feel a little bit icky and gross. Again, outside of the mutants, they're perfectly cool with it. I'm not using mutant, by the way, as a pejorative inherently, because sometimes you can have, again, very high IQ mutants. But it makes people feel icky, and that's why when you tie these kinds of censorship laws, it's not actually about censorship, it's about getting your ID, making sure that everything you do is tracked. People don't want to talk about it because it's related to porn, and so they just submit and go, "Oh, I'm not a weird freak. I don't like all that weird kiddie porn stuff or whatever the hell they've tied it to."
Did you know
I
that?
hate to say it, but before Elon bought Twitter, and it was just no matter what, anytime you opened the app, it was just OnlyFans girls. That drove me crazy. I hated it.
Nothing but
I hated it. I was like, I want to see some funny tweets. I don't want to see porn every time.
And I also don't even understand.
I'm not even a prude. I'm not even a prude, but that drove me fucking insane.
Yeah.
It was everywhere. Yeah.
No, but what's the most insane is that people pay for it. Meanwhile, there's all of this free porn everywhere. It's just, maybe it's the attention that they seek. The Sims seek attention from those particular girls.
It's parasocial relationships that they have.
From the research, that's entirely it. It's that she'll totally notice that I've given her $10,000 this month. She doesn't notice.
I've had to tell people that just because they like my cartoons, we're not friends. And they didn't. They were like, "But I feel like I know you." It's like, no, you don't. You really don't. And
to object to Aydin, despite all of the censorship levels, despite all the control of the internet, it is most easy to find. It was most easy to find in 2021 from your starting internet route any kind of porn from Russia, and there were the biggest kinds of OnlyFans models in post-Soviet Union countries, including Ukraine.
And Ukraine, yes, Ukraine. The porn industry in Ukraine is crazy, actually.
And what I wanted to say is that the hate of porn is the disgust, the uncomfortableness, and anxiety is a big, powerful motive for making people accept censorship laws. But if your government doesn't need any kind of people's acceptance. They don't even need to ban porn. Like it is a pretense that works only if you need somehow to accept your popular acceptance. But also it may be a popular sentiment that is pushed on the government. And this is a very important concern when you think of your own anti-porn laws, because you as a libertarian you think from like top down from governments, but it may be always in any particular case it may be the other way around. Like politicians do answer to popular incentives.
Yeah.
And
I joined the conversation kind of late, so I'm not really sure how pornography came into the conversation. I understand that pornography is sort of I don't know what word to use, but whenever there's no, that's not the point I'm making. But whenever a new technology arises, porn is the reason it becomes popular, typically.
Yes.
So Lev, you were talking about like the trad militias coming
Yes.
after pornographers or whatever.
The reason why this was talked about.
Hang on.
Okay.
The thing is, you keep saying pornographer, but that's such a vague term, because I do believe that if the pornography industry is going to persist, but it does need to be an ethical one. Like it has to be an ethical industry. Otherwise, I'm actually for whatever these trad guys are arguing about.
I would ask you a question as an artist too, just if you don't mind, real quick. What's your opinion on AI generated stuff? Because no one's harmed. There's not even an artist potentially psychologically harmed by making it, unless you consider the computer to be sentient.
I don't care.
Yeah. Okay, that's not how I feel about it too. I think if you want to make completely 100% ethical pornography, then probably AI is the way to do it. If that's what concerns you.
Well, oh no,
other issues with it too, though.
I'm talking specifically about how like the women are treated.
Oh yeah, like the human trafficking type of thing, right? If we're talking about the various cartels that would bring gals from Latin America into the United States, smuggle them through, and then they have to like work their way through the system. Yeah,
that's what I mean with the AI stuff, is that you could have realistic looking pornography in which no women are harmed. But we are finding is that a lot of women who want, or at least say they want to do this as a job. You have what's that woman's name? In the UK who's taken like 500 dicks in an afternoon or whatever it was.
Oh god, that whole fiasco.
Whatever.
Yeah, fuck, that was sad.
Probably on some level you have to be into that to do that to yourself. But maybe not. Maybe it's all cope. I don't know.
I think it's
as an appreciator of American.
She was crying about it,
As an appreciator of American judicial system, the pornography is always a canary in a coal mine. And Justice Stewart famously determined, the pornography, the thing that I banned is, I know it when I see. And with ethical pornography is always, of course, it's the same criteria, it is ethical when I see when it is ethical. Every judge, every court, every jury will different instances on what is ethical pornography and what is non-ethical. And while we must have legislative boundaries of what is like absolutely unethical, we must always observe, like Aydin correctly pointed out, like new technology, new ways of pornography, and we must observe like how the government treats whatever happens there. Do we consider it just, and do we consider it like it is okay if we ban it, and we must never like morally I don't know disappoint ourselves with our society, when on these borders there is some big disagreement, like on Steam today, we started this conversation with Steam as like this big moral dilemma, because of which the Western legislation of freedom of speech is same as authoritarian or is going to authoritarianship. There are like boundary disagreements, marginal. we must observe them, but we must not like be surrounded by them, not do not think that this is like a catastrophe of our society. It is the margin by which our freedom is kept, not the last stand. Glass cake, please.
Yeah, I guess the point that I'm making is that on a global scale, using just the term pornographer you're getting way too vague. That's insanely vague. There's levels to this. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't even be opposed to like a country imposing like a pornographer license, which I know is very typical. Like, license, like British. But like, if you want to work in an industry where, when it's not sanctioned behavior, it's a very dangerous industry. You could at the very least make it regulated. Like, I'm not opposed to that in the slightest.
Mm-hmm. So that would be like somebody who would be shooting a video or producing the video or directing a video or, shooting photos. Those would be considered, I guess, pornographers. If we're talking about like these people who would be either in your vision, having licenses or in,
people would always get around it and say, I'm making art, actually. Like some French guy would just be like, it's an artistic video. There's always ways around it, but I think using the term pornographer is just such a generic, like, whittling down of what's actually going on in the world.
It fails, but on the point, the pornography is inherently experimental. It's sensational. It's clickbait. It always be clickbait, and if
it's
you define like the rules of.
Yeah, I mean, look at DeviantArt. Like, a lot of their stuff is not for adults as far as the images that are there. You could have somebody who turned themselves into a toilet, but there's nothing that's physically graphic in that image. If you have like Shadow the Hedgehog now becoming a toilet, like, as long as you don't have Sonic who is urinating inside of the Shadow toilet, then it's still, kosher, it's still like safe for work.
When you see it, you know what it is.
It's astonishing that it actually was correct. But again, if it's a cartoon of Sonic the Hedgehog or Shadow the Hedgehog being turned into a toilet, it's pornographic, even though not pregnant yet.
I don't care if some freak just wants to do that. I don't care about that stuff.
No, I don't either. Again, they're going to do that no matter what. Whether or not they have access to the internet, they're going to scribble that shit onto, if they don't have
they'll
paper,
fucking
on stone
bury under
tablets.
the floorboards.
Yeah, they will do that.
Or into the sand, like cave paintings. They're going to do erotic cave paintings. I mean, we had like all this pornographical graffiti. In ancient Rome, right? There we go. That's a good way to end this episode, guys. Thank you so much for. Speaking of cave paintings, that's your company, right?
Yeah.
Glass Cake. Do you do a little advertisement for yourself? God damn it!
Nah, I'll do it next time.
God, okay, fine, whatever. Well, this is just more. You see, you're trying to limit yourself, and that prompts me to want to bring you on more because, like, I want to squeeze more of the Glass Cake out into the world. Like by saying, "Oh, I'm not gonna say what my company is."
I'm a busy guy.
Yeah, you're a busy guy. You're a businessman. All right. Shaggy is a businessman holding a stack of bread in his hand. You remember the sick animation? Okay, anyway. Watch. Guys, by the way, after this, go watch the sick animation video. What is it called? Scooby-Doo. You remember what it's called? They actually have a suicide warning on that video because Fred is about to.
I'm going to fucking do it, Shaggy.
Yes.
I have seen this then. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I think it's called Shaggy wants, sandwich. Sick animation, one of my favorite people. I love him to death. His amazing videos. And by the way, some people might interpret that as being, pornographic. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. Glass Cake, I know you're not going to promote yourself, but, cave paintings, look at that.
Glass Cake.
There we go. Jerry Mack, it was the first time, one of many to come. Thank you so much, my friend, for being here on BTR. I always enjoy all of the lore that you post, all of your messages. Guys, follow this guy on X by going to Jerry U Lore. Here, I'm going to put it in the comments over here. So you guys go in here, go watch this. And by the way, while I'm doing it, for all the lazy asses out there, x.com/glasscake. Go over here too. See, here's the link. And of course, the wonderful Aydin Paladin. You just had a new video about a doctor. Tell us once again, what is going on with this doctor guy?
Didier wrote he was a national hero in France. He had some really and then he became a national hero to a very small extent and not known by Americans, but in America and across the world because he supported hydroxychloroquine as a treatment for COVID. Hydroxychloroquine does nothing for COVID, doesn't make it a non-essential medicine, which it is for malaria. But this fucking scientific thing got so politicized that it led to the unveiling of one of the most insane scientific cabals that I have ever witnessed. And no one outside of France has heard of it. So I made a 3.5-hour long documentary if you want to find out about the craziest shit I've ever, at least fucking never seen. But it is 3.5 hours long for I'm not waffling for 3.5 hours. It's that nutty.
Wow. Well, Aydin, you definitely know your stuff when it comes to all of these things related to psychology and science, and you put out the references. You are super dedicated, much more than many other people. And right now, I don't know if we're going to be doing a video on this or not, related to Jeffrey Epstein and all of this stuff. But I am personally doing a lot of my own research on Epstein, just as far as being able to establish like what are the things that could definitely be proven. Because here's one big problem, and I don't know if you encountered this. So many of the things that are talked about, not just about Epstein, but about Robert Maxwell, they're from this guy, Ari Ben Menash, who you could say like he betrayed the Mossad, but he's a spook. How would you trust whatever a spook has to say? He cannot be a reliable witness because he's a spook. I'm sorry. But there has to be other people that would have to corroborate what he says. And then it's just like this exercise in futility of trying to put all these different pieces together as far as, the trade that happened between, Israel squeezing revolutionary Iran for as much money as possible.
Yes.
And then they gave that money to partly to the United States, and it was used for it was to sell weapons to Iran to fight Iraq, and Israel was doing it in order to weaken Iran, but the Americans were doing it to weaken both Iran and Iraq because they were giving money to Iraq at the same time that Israel was giving it to Iran.
I think the idea that Jeffrey Epstein was doing any specific op is delusional. I think he was probably just a very influential, chaotic individual that knew a little bit about everything and was able to make a lot of connections. I don't know,
but as far as what you do with those connections, the connections themselves started from him being in Dalton School, brought in there by Donald Barr, who is the father of Bill Barr, who was our Attorney General, who was the founder of the OSS, or co-founder. Yeah. Big guy in the CIA.
You can make connections all day, but ultimately, what would be his end game?
His client was Adnan Khashoggi, who was one of the biggest intercontinental weapons dealers. So as far as the end game, if we take a look at the life of Robert Maxwell, who you could say is his predecessor, the father of Ghislaine Maxwell, who was always together with Jeffrey and working with him on a lot of their projects. Maxwell, the elder Maxwell, he was this in-between man, allegedly, as according to a lot of these whistleblowers. Not just Ari Ben Menash, who I mentioned, but other people were also testifying to this, that this was a guy who was relied upon to make these different connections between world leaders in order to
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, middleman. Yeah, do things behind the scenes. So he was involved with these various governments. And yes, you could say that his biggest loyalty would have been towards Israel as far as just him having an emotional connection to Israel. But at the same time, he was kind of a loose cannon. So there may have been a reason why he was eliminated, allegedly, by the
That's what I
Israelis.
think. I don't think he was doing any specific op. That's what I'm saying. I think he was just the middleman. And he did some fucked up shit to get leverage on people.
Don't underestimate how many useful idiots there are. Most people are just ultimately useful idiots for whatever they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know
I like
what
this
we can
post.
do just for fun as an exercise? You
Sure.
can.
What?
I can listen to this lore on Maxwell's, Ghislaine Maxwell's parents, like from the stream, and like from open sources, from KGB and so on. Tell you like the history of Maxwell family, like as a Soviet-leaning agents instead of the U.S.-leaning. We will compete with these two stories.
No, they're all together because he was working together with the USSR. They were also buying his software called Promise, which Israel allegedly had a hidden backdoor to, and he was very close to the guy who was running Bulgaria, Soviet Bulgaria at the time. And that was a place where the Soviet Union was developing a lot of their weaponry. So that was a very key place for Maxwell to have his Promise software inside of, because that would mean that Israel and, I think the United States as well would have had access to all of this. Because one other thing that was said about Maxwell was that when he was selling his software to this nuclear place in the United States, I don't remember the name of it, but they were involved with like nuclear weaponry in the US, the CIA backed off completely and told everybody to quit looking into this guy and looking into these connections. And again, if you're thinking about like the CIA being just like Senator John Tower, who was paid off allegedly by Maxwell, it wouldn't just be this guy having the power for the entire CIA to, put a stop to any investigation of Epstein selling this tracking software to a nuclear weapons company, right? Like, it would take a lot more of a cohesive understanding that, this guy doing this selling is okay by us, the deep state of the United States. So
I would
that
like
to me,
reiterate on an earlier point.
Yes, sir.
Now that everything's out in the open, because there really aren't any secrets anymore, let's be honest. Like, other than maybe some fucked up things that people have done that we don't yet know about, for the most part, there are no secrets anymore. Information's just out there. So what is the CIA now? It's just a bunch of guys in a building. Like, what's the fucking point of that?
Psyops, psychological operations now. Like, the secrets are only always only
they're not very good at it.
No, but well, maybe more than we think to certain degrees. I don't really know, because who knows what all the glowies are up to. But they are. But again, why would you want to censor the internet? Makes the glowies a bit harder to detect. There you go.
Yeah,
Can't see them glow in the dark. You don't have a black light on them,
Right.
There we go.
Anything a glowy can say just to probe or mess with people is no more or less insane than the shit people are just saying of their own volition anyway.
Exactly. It's very easy to hide in plain sight. I mean, go back and watch the X-Files from the 1990s.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so what's the point? Because people are just saying that shit anyway. Like, it doesn't...
Right.
To make money, they also have to justify their existence, right?
It's plausible deniability on everything.
So it's just it's literally a bunch of shit posters in a building. That's all it is at this point.
I mean, you remember the 4chan leak of the CIA with that sassy cat image? You remember the cat that's on top? You know what I'm talking about, right, Aydin?
Yeah.
And a lot of them were like furries and like it wasn't like the old school Alan Dulles type, straight lace necktie type of a CIA anymore. So
probably never was, to be honest. That was just the front facing stuff.
But even their freakiness, I would assume, would have been a little bit more, charming, would have been a little bit more like better taste. And right now, a lot of these sexual proclivities that people have online just seem to be very like boring. You know what I mean? Just like very, I don't know.
Oh, no.
I'm just
no, you disagree?
I'm going to be real. At this point, I see intel agencies as no different to like kids in a treehouse. Like that's all it is to me at this point.
And another thing on that point is that, like I said, everyone kind of wants to be a political hipster. Not everyone, but people, they want to be cool. Everyone wants to be cool. That includes feds, by the way. They want to be cool. They like whether they say so or not. They want to be part of the club. They want to be cool kids, like the other dissidents or whomever is seen as cool during the current time frame.
Yeah, we have one last comment here from Glow in the Dark. Speaking of, might as well, right? I do think it is an exaggeration that gays make up a good amount of leaders, but sexual degens are more common. There we go, from the horse's mouth, everybody. I bet he is actually probably like a CIA agent, because he's doing, like he appears as Glow in the Dark in order to make people think, oh, that can't be a CIA agent. That's too on the nose. But that's what he wants us to think.
We had an actual like Fed show up in our chats for years who tried to encourage us to kill our Scottish friend through alcoholism via financial donations. So confirmed Fed. I've seen it happen. They do stuff like this for fun. Just
Damn, that's crazy. What the fuck?
And I believe her.
Not that the Scotsman needed much help.
What he just wanted you to do it as a bit?
Yeah, he just wanted to see the Scottish guy kill himself via alcoholism because he thought it'd be funny.
Yeah, that's a good bit.
Yeah, it is funny, isn't it?
Yeah. A friend of mine just mentioned. Well, not a friend, just like somebody I know mentioned that like he used to be an informant for the FBI back in the day. He used to be like in the Hells Angels, vroom. And he used to inform on the FBI to them. And he told me how little oversight there is when it comes to what the FBI does. So what you're saying right now, if there's nothing to stop them from just, unlocking their inner, what's her name? The horrible gal who... leaked the Christian incest stuff.
Isabella Yankee.
Yeah, Isabella. By the way, whose parents are also spooks.
Feds,
so
yes.
There we go. Well, like, what does that tell you?
Well, the elites, and that includes feds, have nothing better to do with their time than to play puppet master with the plebs. In many cases, not in all, but in many cases, it's fun to them. It's like a sport.
Yeah, and Chris Chan, upon seeing what Chris Chan is, that would be like such a juicy morsel for somebody like Janky or whatever,
Yeah, I don't know how it was pronounced, but Janky spelled with a J, yes.
Yeah, to consume. So yeah, they're people like us, for good and bad. Then if they have power, they're going to abuse it, which is again why I want to stress how important it is to try and salvage these institutions of ours and not just let them go by the wayside because it's already over. So that's
not salvage,
so
but
over, and we're so bad.
Not salvage,
sustain.
But support and sustain. Because
support and sustain.
One note, boring person that I am, like all the things that you say about CIA, you cannot believe that people in FSB and KGB have been doing both in sexual ways and in abusing their power.
Oh, yeah.
Every single agent will be abusing their power, but like there are abusing their power and there are fucking abusing the power. Like,
no, absolutely, 100%. I take it back. Not salvage, but support and sustain. And again, not seeing a lot of the trad people try and do that at all. Again, if they did it, if they tried it, like if they did what I'm doing right now with BTR when it comes to like reaching out to some of these people within the institutions, because this is something that you can actually do. These are people who you can actually contact. I mean, Glasscake, better than anyone, like what the plan is over here. And if it's not going to work, fuck it. I tried my best. I sleep well at night, but I'm not going to give up. Yes, sir.
If I ever encountered a Fed, they would have no mystique because I can't imagine anything that they've seen online isn't something that I've already been subjected to myself.
Have you ever encountered an actual blue blood, like deep, powerful family power person? It's very different. And you'll feel like if you're in that presence of that person, like someone who has actual familial establishment power, you will know when you speak to them. It's very bizarre if you've never met someone like that.
I don't give a shit.
Oh, I know, but it's just, well, no one should give a shit, but it is very interesting to talk to people like that. I've had interesting opportunities to do so, and it's
right.
Curious, yeah.
If that ever happens to me, I'm going to try to speak inside of my head and asked, "Are you able to read my thoughts? Please say the word elephant if you can read what I'm saying right now." Just
Why
like,
would they? Why
think
would
that.
they? Even if they could, why would they? Why would they say elephant? Even if they
No.
could,
Because it would
No,
be
no, no.
fun. It would be really fun, you know, to like spook me.
You want to believe that? You want?
I want to
you wanna-
believe that. I
know
want
they-
to believe.
They're just regular
would
people,
say
but they
just
live in a
screw with
totally
it.
parallel world.
Did
That's
say
what's
will
one
test
thing you have to
this
know about
cycle.
Lev.
Yes, but-
One thing you have to know about Lev is that now that the world is completely demystified, he tries to invent new mystiques. So
It's
that they-
not new.
Yeah, 'cause it's
It's not new
fun.
mistakes.
Yeah.
These things have been going on for a long time, and I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. It's not the Blue Bloods. It may be some other people who I'm talking about here. We're not getting into it right now. But guys, thank you so much for watching. Be sure to smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, click the bell. Very important. Patreon.com/breaktherules. Become a patron today. Subscribe. Anton's Biltong, BiltongUSA.com. Thank you guys so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Goodbye.